let's let Steve come back on, and then we're checking to see if we get Judy in the next minute here. And wow, what a storm, huh? Oh my gosh. That sure woke me up. I got just under a half an inch from that.
Yeah.
It was amazing. My gutters were overflowing.
Too.
Yes.
And good lightning over here.
Nice to sleep to the pitter patter or the pounding of the rain.
We got a lot of snow on the peaks this morning, so.
Oh yeah, we sure do. Nice.
I was out cold. I slept through it and overslept.
Well rested and ready to work. That's good.
Yeah, woke up and had 20 minutes to get my kids to school and was like, oh my God, what happened? So the first half an hour of my morning was that kind of daze when you wake up from a nice sleep and you have no idea what's going on. That was my morning.
Yeah. It's the scene from Home Alone when they say, we slept in.
Yeah.
So I see Judy's joined us. Welcome, Judy. And in just a minute, I'll start the board meeting. For the sake of Cora and Cindy, welcome. We're going to have your first stop after we go through our call to the public for item number 1. So definitely welcome on board and look forward to that item 1. So first item of business, it looks like we have our full board here, so I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. Today's Tuesday, October 26th, 2021. So welcome, everybody. I hope you enjoyed this storm, and here we go. We have everything to look forward to.
No storm out here.
Oh.
Send them our way.
Okay, yeah, we will. There you go. I just started the butterfly effect. Okay. So then the first item, actually what I'll do is go through the courtesy of our board members. Let's go through and roll through so they can say hello. District 1 Supervisor Patrice Horstman. Patrice.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and good morning. It's wonderful to see Cindy Payne, not in person, but at least a picture. It's great to see you, Cindy. And Coral Evans, thank you both for being here today for reading our first proclamation. And it's great to see my colleagues and board members and our staff and members of the public. Thank you for being with us here this morning.
All right. And then we have District 2, Geronimo Vasquez. Geronimo?
Morning, everyone. Again, thank you for being here, especially our special guests, Cindy Payne and Coral Evans. Thank you for coming, and everybody who's sharing this time with us, and looking forward to a good meeting with everybody. Thank you.
All right, next we have District 4, Supervisor Judy Begay. Judy? I can't hear you. You're muted.
I'm starting off like you, Matt.
All right. Well, I see a big smile.
Good morning, Cindy, and also Carl for being with us today, and staff and my colleagues. We have a long day ahead of us, and we're looking forward to it. And hopefully, we get through the agenda, as we would like to have it come out.
Yes,
Thank you.
It will be a good day. And then we have our vice chair. Last but not least, District 5 Supervisor and Vice Chair, Lena Fowler. Lena.
And it is a good day. Every day is a great day.
Mm-hmm.
Time to smile and be happy and dance and just absolutely be happy and all the positive energy towards us. So thank you. And thanks so much for joining us. And today is a great day. Thank you.
All right.
As other days.
And on that note, that's a wonderful way to begin. And oh my gosh, can't forget the Pledge of Allegiance. So if everybody could please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. And if you don't have a flag present, face to the east. I pledge allegiance to the flag and to the United States of America, for which it stands,
the Republic,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I know, I missed a line that, didn't I? It's one of my, it's always my panic in the beginning. We do it so often, it's like it becomes rote, and it's like, I start thinking about it, it's like, wait a minute, I'm mixing it up. Oh, darn.
I was trying to insert the Navajo language in there for you.
Well, the most important thing is that our pledge of allegiance is honoring our wonderful country. And so with that, beginning our meeting, the next item that we have is the call to the public. And the call to the public is a courtesy the board offers so that people can bring an item to our attention that is not on our agenda. And so I'll ask our clerk of the board, Lindsay Daly, to explain to people what they need to do to use the call to the public.
Thank you, Chair Ryan. If you would like to make a comment during this time of the meeting, you can put the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen that looks like a hand. And then that way we will call on you and allow you to speak. Now, at this time, there are no hands raised, and I don't have any emails in the board comment email currently. You're on mute, Chair Ryan.
Judy said she wanted to be like me, so I had to finish that off there. Unfortunately, I do have a tendency to do that now and again and be on mute. So I'll go ahead and close the call to the public at this point. And the next item that we have on our agenda is our proclamation that Supervisor Horstman brought forward that we're way overdue on. And it's a consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating October 2021 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in Coconino County. Actually, what I'll do is I'll turn the floor over to Supervisor Horstman to introduce our honored guest that will share in the reading of the proclamation.
Yes, thanks, Chair Ryan. I really appreciate that. And in recognition of the National Proclamation of October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and standing in solidarity with the courageous women and men who have been diagnosed with breast cancer, have fought and are fighting this disease, and in honor of those who have lost their battle with breast cancer, I am honored to read this proclamation today with sister breast cancer survivor, Coral Evans, also our former Flagstaff mayor, and also the executive director of the Cancer Support Community of Northern Arizona, Cindy Payne. And I know they have just recently opened an office. I am hoping, Mr. Chair, you will give both of our guests an opportunity after our proclamation has been read and hopefully passed to make a few comments. So at this point, and with your permission, I would ask if Coral Evans would start the reading of the proclamation, and then Cindy Payne will take the middle three, and I'll end it with the now therefore. So thank you. Coral.
Thank you, Chair Ryan, and good morning, supervisors and leadership. Thank you, Supervisor Horstman, for extending to me this honor of joining you and Ms. Payne in the reading of this proclamation. Proclamation designating October 2021 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Whereas October is National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and Coconino County stands with the courageous women and men who have been diagnosed with breast cancer and honor those who have lost their battle to this terrible disease. And whereas breast cancer affects both women and men, and for women, it is the second most common cancer affecting them, with an estimated 1 in 8 women developing breast cancer over the course of their lifetime. And whereas breast cancer has impacted so many families, including our own, and it is estimated that 281,550 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer in the United States in 2021. And whereas early detection is the most important strategy for treating breast cancer successfully, and regular screenings are the most reliable way to detect it early. And
whereas to learn about this disease and participate in regular screening, including regular self-exams, mammograms, and regular checkups, and whereas we acknowledge and applaud the advocates, medical professionals, researchers, and caregivers who continue to dedicate their lives to make progress towards a cure, and whereas we stand in hope and solidarity and rise together in support of those who have been diagnosed with breast cancer and honor those who lost their battle to this terrible disease as we continue to fight towards a cure and support the right for every American to have access to the quality health care they need.
Now, therefore, we do hereby proclaim and acknowledge October 2021 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and to spread and help prevent to provide information and to help prevent breast cancer and increase the chances for survival through early detection and to advocate for a cure. Signed and sealed this 26th date of October 2021 from the Coconino County Board of Supervisors.
So Supervisor Horstman, you'd like to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, with that proclamation having been read, and certainly we all know the importance of prevention and early detection, and therefore I would ask and hereby make a motion, the Board of Supervisors of Coconino County approve the proclamation designating October 2021 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and urge our residents to learn more about breast cancer and to be proactive and undertake the appropriate screening and checkups.
I have a motion. I need a second.
Second.
I have a second by Supervisor Begay. I have a close third with Supervisor Vasquez there. Yeah, so with that, I'll go ahead and call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 And then first, what I was thinking is turning the floor over to Supervisor Horstman so we can go through providing an opportunity for our guests to comment. And then we can follow up with the board afterwards on comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Coral, I'd like you to make a few comments, and then we'll turn it over to Cindy Payne.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Supervisors, I just want to say how much it means to me that you all have voted on and approved this particular proclamation. My mom was a downwinders and she died of breast cancer. I was diagnosed on the same day, exactly 1 year later that my mom was diagnosed, at the age of 28. So I was 29 when I finally got through that. Again, in my early 40s, I was also diagnosed for the second time with breast cancer. This is something that's extremely important and very relevant to this community. I hope that you all will consider doing these types of proclamations annually and continue your support of the Downwinders expansion of that program and understanding what it means. So again, thank you for allowing me to have the opportunity to be here today, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Coral. Really appreciate you being here with us today. And Cindy Payne, I know that as the executive director, and you've opened up a cancer support group community here in Northern Arizona. So you'd please give us some information and introduce yourself.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me here. Thank you, Coral, for sharing your story on behalf of Cancer Support Community also. I also am so appreciative of this proclamation. We are delighted to be here in Northern Arizona. All of you, I'm sure, are aware of the 2020 Coconino County Health Department report that came out that said cancer was the #1 leading cause of death in our county. And so the timing could not be more appropriate for cancer support community to be opening here across all of Northern Arizona to support the psychosocial and emotional needs of all of those who are impacted in any way by cancer, whether it be the patient, the family members, the caregivers. We are here and we will continue to offer services via the Zoom platform, but also in person. We're located just south of Flagstaff Medical Center on North San Francisco Street. Great location, hopefully a convenient location, and we'll soon also be opening a second Northern Arizona location in Tuba City at the House of Hope in Tuba City. So we're excited to be in both locations, excited to be offering these services. I hope that you don't know anyone who gets a new diagnosis of cancer, but knowing that that's not likely the chance, I hope that you will refer people to us to stand in partnership and support to provide community through whether it's a support group or an educational session, a one-on-one therapy kind of session, a navigation. This is how to navigate the medical community and medical system and all of the services that are here for you. A healthy lifestyles workshop, like a yoga workshop or a hypnotherapy workshop provided by folks here in Flagstaff and all over the state, or whether it's a resource or referral, we are ready and to provide this service. And the other piece that I would just love to take a moment to share with you is we're very interested in aligning with you on ARPA funding. And so we have lots of opportunities to provide free service. Everything that cancer support community offers to participants is free. But of course, it's not free for us to offer. And so I look forward to being in communication with you in regards to ARPA funding sources also. Thank you so much, Supervisor Horstman, for this invitation and the opportunity to share a little bit with you. Please stop in and see us, and please, please, please refer people to utilize the free services.
Yeah. Thank you much to you both, and you're exactly right. For those of us that have gone through the cancer system and medical support, and quite frankly, the emotional support, the psychological support is so important as you traverse through that whole medical process. So we really appreciate you, Cindy, being there and offering that kind of support for the community. And Coral, thank you for your story and for your leadership as well. So I really appreciate both of you being with us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and then let's follow up with the board. Patrice, did you have any further comments?
No, I'd like to hear from the other board members. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go through, turn to our women first, and then go through the rest of the board. So Vice Chair Peller, Supervisor Peller.
Well, thank you. This is a very important recognition. In our region, we keep talking about uranium issues and how we are opposed to the uranium mining. This is a result of that. You know, we are expending dollars just to be able to help people then innocently caught these kinds of disease from our environment. And those are things we need to think about. The Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation has a cancer center, and I hope this organization reaches out and works with the Tuba City Regional and our Western Navajo communities. That's where the cancer rate is really high. So when you talk about Coconino County statistics, I'm sure that's coming from Navajo Nation. So it's very important recognition. It's really sad that we have to recognize it, but people have to, if it runs in their family, we've all been exposed. You know, we all have to get our screening done and make sure that we keep up with our women's health because we are all exposed in one way or another We had the uranium tailing into the city, and there was a well there, and we all drank from that well. That's where we used to haul our water from. So there are different ways of catching it or being able, having this cancer. And it comes at different times in the life stage also. It's not all at this time or that time. It all depends. So there are great services that are very much needed, not just in Tuba City, but throughout Northern Arizona. It is very important that we recognize all of the other communities, not just the major towns that are within our communities. So we'll have to find out what this ARPA fund request is, and we'll have to find out the details on it, and we will make sure that we take it into consideration. So, but this recognition, very happy to be able to recognize this very sad situation that people are in, that we have to do this every year. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Begay.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for presenting the proclamation, and it means a lot. As you know, there are all sorts of cancers out there. I lost my father to cancer about 3.5 years ago, and I know that just as Vice Chair Fowler said, we're right. We were just right in the midst of it. Even today in Cameron area, towards Tuba City, towards Ram Meadows, people do, consume the water in the area and use a lot of that water. And then also people are, constantly running in the area, to do their exercise and stuff like that. So that's probably some of the exposures that we, put ourselves in. But they're all forms of cancer. And I think early detection is very important. And then also prevention and education out there, for everyone's, and then then also the treatments that is necessary if it should follow. And as women, we really need to adhere to our women's health, because that would, really do a lot of good for us if we were to be exposed to anything like that. And so I do support the proclamation. I think it's very important, and it's very, meaningful to acknowledge, what the effects that has on our people out there, and doesn't pick and choose. It could, cancer can affect anybody. So I do agree with all the other comments that my other colleagues have made on this subject. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Begay. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. I just want to start by saying again, thank you for our guests for being here and their leadership and being part of this, and recognizing such a difficult issue for many families in our community. And as the son of a cancer survivor, I saw the needs for that support. And there were times where we felt we could have gotten more support, and we just didn't know where the support was, and so making those services available to the community is very important, because cancer can be very devastating, and the emotional impact and psychological impact of dealing with that can really throw people off and can really make it super difficult. And so it's really encouraging to hear of the programs that you're putting out there. Look forward to hearing in more details about what kind of requests there is out there to help support the cancer survivors community and folks. And then the other plug would just be the preventative piece, really getting the screenings out there, and so that we're getting it early, because the earlier you catch a cancer, the better chances you have of dealing with the cancer and being a survivor. And so just really want to put a plug out there for the preventative piece of it, and put a plug in for our HHS, because I know they help support some of those programs, and just we have to get through this together and support each other. And so thank you for your hard work. And thank you, Supervisor Horstman, for bringing the proclamation out. And it's really an honor to be able to be part of a proclamation like this. So thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. And I'll follow up on comments. Actually, well overdue in terms of cancer awareness. As Judy had noted, many forms of cancer, and yet breast cancer and the impact to our populations throughout the country as well as locally certainly is one of an area that we definitely need to continue to work on to fund the research, to provide the support associated with that. To Patrice and Coral, just very fortunate that you're survivors. Unfortunate to have that in your lives, but that's awesome. Lindsay can tell you a little stories, but I went through a campaign year where I nursed my brother through esophageal cancer to the end, and it hits us all, and unfortunate. So definitely need for raising this to a higher level of attention. So really, for Supervisor Horstman, we're doing a proclamation. We want to focus on all areas so that people invest and help for all research associated with cancer. I know the county's participated in Climb the Mountain with big teams in the past, which has really worked out. In ARPA, we can't say anything. We can't get into a discussion other than it's an area that could be evaluated. So it's got to be able to meet criteria that we're working our way through. So just being honest and an understanding of our processes associated with that. So where there are many needs out in the community. So that will be an opportunity of working with staff and just seeing if at least you could put forward your desired intent for us to evaluate on that. And with that, thank you again to our guest, Patrice, and for everybody out there. We have a proclamation designating October 2021 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Please help us help others. Well done. That's right.
Thank you both.
Okay, next item on our agenda is our consent agenda. And I think we're going to have a little bit of activity of desire from individual members that might want to remove items. Consent, first to state, consent agenda is routine in nature. So we take a single vote with the consent agenda and rather than going through, in this case, 32 votes. And so we will take a single action, but we have a chance for board members to remove items. But prior to that, my understanding is staff is asking for item number 18 to be removed so that they have an opportunity to work on that and bring it back to us in the future. So we'll go ahead and remove item 18. Now I'll turn to the board members to see which items they would like to have removed. I think Supervisor Horstman, you had some items.
Yes, actually just one, number 4, just like to remove that so we can discuss that individually.
Okay, item number 4, Supervisor Vasquez.
Item number 34, I'd like a little more conversation around 34 before we proceed.
Okay, we have 34 will come up further. It's not on this consent.
Oh, I thought it was. I apologize.
Yes.
That's under the jail district. That's a future vote, so you have a chance to remove that then.
Yeah, the other one then, the one that I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself. The one I wanted to see on this consent agenda item was number 9, with the eviction grant. I'd like to know a little more information about that.
Okay, other board members? Okay, I want to separate item. Supervisor, Vice Chair Fowler, go ahead, say again.
So I had number 9 and 17 as well.
Number 17.
Okay. Number also, Judy, are you doing 10? Number 10.
Item 10. Okay. All right. And I will like to separate item number 23 just for a momentary comment about item number 23. Okay. So just to note, for the sake of the board, we've removed 18, and we would like to have items 4, 9, 10, 17, and 25 separated for further discussion. Is that understood? And our items are items 2 through 32. So for the motion to approve, it would be items 2 through 32, removing 18 and separating 4, 9, 10, 17, and 23. Anybody care to make that motion?
So moved.
The motion by,
I was muted.
would you like to make a second, Vice Chair?
Second.
Okay. I have a motion by Supervisor Horstman. I have a second by Vice Chair Fowler. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Okay. Supervisor Horstman, item number 4.
All right, thank you. And number 4 is a consideration and possible approval of us districts and using some of our community initiative funds to assist the Grand Canyon Food Pantry. It is my honor to represent the Grand Canyon Village and the Tusayan community, and to bring this initiative grant application forward for consideration. As we all know, the Grand Canyon is a wonderful tourist destination and certainly one of the wonders of the world, but it's also a community and a home to over 3,000 residents. Has a post office, has a school, churches, healthcare clinics, and like many communities, Grand Canyon Village experiences food insecurity and poverty. And like many communities, individuals from that community rise together and realize it takes a village for all of us to get through in this world. And basically they have worked together as a completely volunteer run organization and have developed the Grand Canyon Food Pantry. Mike Scott, I don't know if he's with us, and hopefully if he is, he can be basically brought forward as an attendee, so or as a panelist. Mike Scott is one of those volunteers, and he is one of the hardest working volunteers I have ever met. He and his dedicated group have run that Grand Canyon Food Pantry for a long time through COVID and through the needs of that community during COVID, and continue to operate that. They are now working in partnership with St. Mary's Food Bank Alliance, so their food supply is secure. And with the help of the Grand Canyon Superintendent, Ed Keeble, the National Park Service, the Grand Canyon Food Pantry has a physical office. It's in the former park jail site. It's amazing what they've done with that. And they've also refurbished some former horse stalls or mule stalls for large refrigeration and storage. This grant will be used to purchase a commercial door. It's a glass door, a refrigerator on wheels to help them with their food distribution, especially since during COVID, much of that is occurring outdoors right now. And I'd like to thank my Board of Supervisor colleagues that also financially supported this grant to the Grand Canyon Pantry. Takes all of us working together to bring an end, to help bring an end to food insecurity. So I want to thank my board members, and if you would like, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if you would like Mike Scott to say a few words about the food pantry, or if you'd like the motion to go forward beforehand.
Why don't we provide an opportunity for Mr. Scott right now? And is he been brought to panelist level, Lindsay? I'm not sure. Yes, he has. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So.
I think Mike,
Yes.
if you're there.
So first of all, thank Supervisor Horstman for her support over the last year. 15 months. And I would like to thank the rest of the Board of Supervisors for supporting us. We're a little corner of the county, but we have the same problems you would have in any big city. You need to remember that roughly 100,000 people a week go through the Grand Canyon in normal times. During COVID, I guess that's down a little. Pardon my voice, I'm out in Colorado on a trip, and the dust storms that you guys had last night are rolling through. I did get today some recent updates on what's going on right now. We are running about 19% on food insecurity, and that's the most recent post-COVID update with all the different grants that have been allocated throughout the county and the state. So that's down slightly, Supervisor Horstman, from the numbers I shared with you 4 or 5 months ago, which is encouraging. But we still get people coming in there. I'd also like to say we're very pleased to announce that we have been the beneficiary of a grant from Coconino County. I'm not exactly sure of its title. It's one of the COVID-19 relief grants that will allow us to completely outfit our van, so we will be able to increase food deliveries that people that can't make it to the pantry. Thank you all again on behalf of the food pantry at the Canyon, and for everybody who lives and works in the Canyon. It's greatly appreciated.
Well, thank you, Mike, and thank you for all of your hard work out there with that community and with the food pantry. I know your volunteerism goes very deep in that community, so thank you so much.
It's a pleasure to be able to serve.
All right. Well, always a need out there. So actually, Supervisor Horstman, would you care to move the item?
Yes, I'll be happy to. I make a motion to approve.
Mr. Chair,
Oh, I'm sorry. Supervisor Fowler or Vice Chair Fowler. Go ahead, Edie.
yeah, I didn't, for some reason, our office, I must have missed this item. I'd like to also add to the pantry requests. I think that would be very good. The community is in great need. I would like to contribute $200 for as well. So just want to add that, if you would, in your motion, Supervisor Horstman. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Really appreciate that. Mr. Chair, with that, I would like to go ahead and make a motion to approve $1,000 from District 1 Community Initiative Funds, $500 from District 2 Community Initiative Funds, $500 from District 3 Community Initiative Funds, $200 from District 4 Community Initiative Funds, and $200 from District 5 Community Initiative Funds, for a total of $1,400 for the purchase and installation of a mobile commercial glass door refrigerator for the Grand Canyon Food Pantry.
Excuse me, Supervisor Horstman, I believe it's $2,400, not $1,400.
It's 24.
Math on the paper.
It's $2,400. Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. I read the agenda. I should use my math skills, so thank you very much.
I'll second the motion.
There I go. I'm mute again. I have a motion by Supervisor Horstman in the amount of $2,400 as outlined in the motion. A second by Supervisor Begay. Any further discussion? Not seeing any, I'll call the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. Okay, next item of separation we have is item number 9. This is Supervisor Vasquez, and item number 9 is associated with the possible action to accept an Arizona Supreme Court funding So I believe you probably need staff to come up and answer questions. Supervisor Vasquez and or manager could answer questions. Supervisor Vasquez?
Yeah, I was just would like to have a little more information about what this program is. And so if the staff could explain it a little bit better, I'd really appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, with us today is Court Administrator Sharon Yates, and she'll provide some background on this item.
Thank you so much, Chair Ryan and County Manager Steve Peru and Supervisor Vasquez. So a little bit of information. We have a great opportunity here with regards to this new position and program. With the Administrative Office of the Court, so the AOC, they collaborated with the Department of Economic Security, so DES, in developing this new local court program to identify eviction action litigants and provide front-end assistance and information through, we're calling this position a Housing Stability Court Navigator. And this is going to be completely funded by the Department of Economic Security. So 100% federal funding, and it's planned for a 3-year period of time. We envision that this navigator will interact with landlords, not just landlords, but also tenants, to assist in securing federal and local resources, funding, and to prevent evictions due to non-payment of rent, while also safeguarding landlord rights. There's a lot of federal funding out there, and about 10% has been expended here in the state of Arizona. So we're hopeful that this position can assist in filling out those applications, do outreach to local organizations, go to juvenile court, adult probation, go up to the northern region to Page and Fredonia, and reach out to provide assistance in obtaining these housing resources. So even our drug court participants, our veterans court participants, mental health participants. And so it's really a great opportunity to help spend these federal funds and provide assistance for individuals who are struggling with paying their rent. I'm happy to answer any questions or provide any additional information.
No, thank you for that. And that clarified it for me, especially the part of that it's completely federally funded. And so it seems like a no-brainer. I just wanted to hear it and have that conversation about it, because sometimes when we do consent items, we just kind of gloss over some of these and it doesn't get out there to the public. And this is an important one that we need information for our community, because it is a looming issue. And so I appreciate you bringing this to us and look forward to supporting it.
So any other questions from board members?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Hi, Sharon. Thanks so much. This is such an important, we've been having discussions and we've had these alerts that are, nationwide and even in our local communities about the fear of eviction. And so we've been putting money into our county rental and utility assistance. Now, I know you'll be working with them, but how do you collaborate with the health department? Also, Navajo Nation also has the rental and utility assistance. And so that's there's 2 different kinds, but it's for nationwide or I guess even across the country that Navajo Nation is helping people with their rental assistance and their utility assistance. So I'm just wondering how this, I guess you have to hire the person and you expect them to reach out and to be able to get all the resources and help people with their rent. And it sounds like you're going to be working with the landowners or the landlords as well also, right? And how are you going to be working with our health department and other rental assistance programs?
Thank you, Vice Chair Fowler. Yes, we intend for this position to collaborate with multiple departments, agencies, organizations, and get out there, not just specifically court, because we want to prevent evictions from even being filing into the courthouse. So just working with individuals, because there is a lot of federal funding out there, and we want to make sure not just tenants know about it, landlords, so they don't evict the individuals. We can work with them to fill out proper paperwork, not just federal resources, but also also connect them with local resources. So we're hoping to get this passed, and then we can post the position and get someone hired and start working on it. DES did say it's a 3-year period of time. We've had ongoing conversations with DES. They say if it's very successful, this might be something that would be long-term in helping prevent evictions even being filed into the court. But if there's any organizations, please let us know. And when we hire the individuals, we'll make sure, the individual, I should say, we'll make sure that individual makes contact with those local organizations.
Thank you so much for the courts, you and your staff for writing this grant. It's so much needed. For some reason, our county actually had a position that was doing that, doing exactly what you just mentioned, but maybe we don't. So thank you so much.
Yeah, and I see Patrice out there. But Steve, were you going to add something?
I was just going to comment that Michelle Axland from HHS is on the Zoom also, and she can respond with regard to HHS coordination.
Let me pause for a second on that. Patrice, you okay with me going with Michelle, or do you want to? Okay.
Sure, and yeah, I can, at the end, I'd like to say a couple things, so.
Okay. Hey, Michelle, welcome.
Thanks, Chair Ryan and County Manager. Yes, we will definitely work with the courts and Sharon and her team, and the more we can get the word out to help people so they don't fall into the court system is amazing. And different people touch different parts of our county, so the more we have out there working together. We also have funds through this program, not through the court piece, but the DES ERAP program to do the same thing. So this will be a great partnership. So thanks.
All right, fantastic. Okay, Patrice, Supervisor Horsch.
Yes, and Sharon and Michelle, you may have already been in contact with Charles Dowdy from DNA office, Coconino County Legal Aid office here. And amazingly, a couple days ago, I had an opportunity to talk with both him and Ellen Katz, and they have been basically going and asking for assistance to basically work with legal aid to do the legal part of this, and unfortunately it ends up in the court system, and also for lawyers to get involved to talk to the lawyers representing the landowners and the renters or the landowners, and they would then act and intervene on behalf of the renters. So I'm assuming you've been talking with them. They sound like they have a very interesting program to assist as well. Sounds like it would go hand in glove with the program that's being presented here for a case navigator. So appreciate that if you can get in touch with them.
Chair Ryan, Supervisor Horstman, we do have quarterly meetings with DNA Legal Services, so they were aware that we were putting in for this position, and we're hoping that they can refer individuals to this navigator position, and then also the navigator position can go out to DNA Legal Services and be there to help individuals that are coming in person with applications. So yes, we are in contact with DNA Legal Services. They're a great partner of ours.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions?
Yeah, I have a comment to make.
Go ahead.
I just want to say thank you. It's very important that, we go out for grants and that, those are things that can help our communities that we serve out here. And the areas, programs that we're looking at, we really need to do partnerships. You're making sure that all partners are involved in this process, whether it be like for mental health. We really need to look at other partners in this whole area, because we certainly don't want to be running a program, individually and not really think about other organizations or departments or nonprofit organizations that are out there that can, that are doing similar services. So we really need to look at those areas. The other thing is, my question was, how long was this going to go? And as far as I understand, it's a 3-year grant that you're looking at. And if it's successful, then there would be more opportunities for that. So I just want to say thank you, for moving this forward to the Board of Supervisors for consideration and approval. So thank you for the hard work. I'm pretty sure you have other people, Michelle, involved and others that are involved in this whole process. So thank you very much.
All right. All right, definitely a good program. So Supervisor Vasquez, you separated it. So would you like to make a motion associated with this item?
Sure, I make a motion that we accept, do I have to say the whole thing or just the item 9 from the agenda item?
Item 9 works, right, Rose?
I motion that we accept item 9 to the agenda.
I will second the motion. Thank you. Thank you, Sharon.
Okay, and noting we do have the full packet of the details associated with the item in our packets, which have been public record for several days now. So with that, really good program, I'll go ahead and call for the question. I have a motion by Supervisor Vasquez. I have a second by Vice Chair Feller. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 All right. And so
Thank
you
you.
can see, thank you. Very good job on that, Sharon and Michelle and your teams behind it. We have a really conscientious staff working hard out there. I need a clarification because I'm trying to read my scribble. Did we separate 10 or did we move on it? We separated 10.
We did.
Okay, I didn't see who separated that. It sounded like probably Lena because you said we did. Did you separate that item?
Yes, I did. And hold on, please.
Okay, it's yours.
Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, Sharon may want to come back on camera.
Okay.
Yeah, Sharon's gonna have to come back on. And really, this is for educational purpose. And, this is a court that's Sharon. Hi again. This is the court saying that they make revenue. Now, how is it that the courts make revenue and to exceed the revenue projection? So I thought that it's a great opportunity for the courts to educate us and the community about how the courts can make money when we're in a pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Ryan, Vice Chair Fowler. So it's the revenue that we collected, so not necessarily money that we made, because it does take funds to operate the court. And this was statute set back in 1998 to help fill the gap in the courts when the legislature added funds for law enforcement. And then, of course, that's going to trickle to the court. And so we have to come before the board every year to certify that the courts had collected revenue above the revenue from FY fiscal year 1998. And if we do, then that money is divided based in statute amongst various departments. And so that includes public defender, legal defender, our Attorney General's office, the local courts fund, and I believe there was another Department of Justice, I believe. And so this is just to certify that we did collect revenue that exceeded revenue back in 1998. So that way we can divide what we collected in the 5% set aside. So every fine that is collected and fee, we set aside 5% to go in this fill the gap fund. And then once it's certified that we collected more revenues than in 1998, then that is when it gets divided to those various agencies. If we don't certify that we collected more than 1998, then it has to go back to the state. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, and so these are fees that are paid to the courts for various things, and that becomes a revenue for the court. And from that, it's divided to all the other programs that are going to be shared with. So that's what this is. I just want to clarify it, that it's the revenue are the fees that are paid to the court. So
yes, so Chair Ryan, Vice Chair Fowler, and it's not necessarily the fines and fees that the court keeps locally. A lot of our fines and fees go to various different funds at the state level. And so this 5% set aside is on every fine and fee, even if we keep it or not. And so it gets set aside, and then that's money that we, so to speak, fill in the gap. And majority of that money is used to fund our recovery court program. We do also allocate funds for our Page Justice Court and Fredonia Justice Court drug court program. And we've allocated some funds for Williams Justice Court also.
Okay, well, thank you. Just thought it was a great opportunity to just explain that, because when you see revenue and it has it's how does a government, especially the courts, make revenue? So anyway, thank you so much. And that's all.
All right, so do we have any questions from any other board members on this item?
Yes, I do have a question, Sharon.
Go, go.
You're talking about unrealized LGIP return. What is that?
Chair Ryan, Supervisor Begay, that is, and I don't know if someone from finance is on, that is the investment. This funds are invested. And then depending on if we made money or not made money on the funds that are invested, that is what that line item is.
You're muted, Judy.
So in this case, we're in the negative.
I'm back now. Everyone froze.
So in this case, we are in the negative as a fiscal impact under unrealized LGIP return.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
we can clarify that. The treasurer, in her statutory role, invests funds, and one of the funds that she does invest in is a local government investment pool. And so we can. I don't see the treasurer on today. They're very busy with just actually the tax tax activity today. So we can find that answer out and provide that back to Supervisor Begay.
Okay.
So on that, at this point, this item, in terms of the answer to that question, is there any reason that you see that we need to hold this or not? Can you explain that?
From a staff perspective, no. It's
Okay.
a statutory process.
Okay. There we go. So just a little clarification there. So I'm not seeing any further questions from the board. Lena, you separated. Would you care to move this item?
Yes, thank you. And we don't want it to go to the state. So yes, I move that we approve this item. Thank you so much, Sharon and Steve, for your clarification on these questions. Thank you, and explaining what the revenue is. Thank you.
And the item is item number 10.
Oh, number
Okay.
10, I apologize.
On the consent
Okay.
agenda. So I need a second. Who was that Geronimo with the second, sir?
A second.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. And so next item that we have is item number 17. And I believe that was also Supervisor Powell.
Yes, thank you. This is actually a really, I think it's an exciting project, and I wanted to just give an opportunity. It looks like Michelle is on, just to share with us what the IDA is and how it works, and that it really does help individuals and families to be able to, I see it as part of the economic mobility program that the county has, that is involved in. I just wanted to give an opportunity for the staff to share with us how this works. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And again, Michelle, Mr. Chair, is on the Zoom to provide some background information on the IDA program.
Thanks, Chair Ryan and Vice Chair Fowler, for allowing us an opportunity to advertise this program. We are very spoiled to have this. It is a matching program where individuals can save for college or for a small business opportunity. And if they put away $1,000, we will match it by $3,000. So it really is a building program where individuals save each month, we match it, they produce some receipts, and then we are able to help provide that further education. They're able to work on building their business enterprises. Currently, we have 25 participants in the program this year. We are continuing to build and work with banks like Alliance Bank to provide donations so we continue this matching program. So thank you, Chair Fowler.
Thank you so much. This is we talk about how, I would say that as a county supervisor, one of my jobs is to help people help themselves. And that's really the role that we're in as public servants. We're not doing things for the people. It's really providing an opportunity so that people can help themselves. And that's this wonderful program of the IDA. So I just wanted to just highlight it, Mr. Chair. You're muted.
Boy, I have it. It's contagious. Any further questions from board members on this item? Not seeing any. Vice Chair, would you care to make the motion associated with item?
Yes, thank you.
17.
I move that we approve item number 17, and knowing that it helps all individuals that get involved in it, and that we need to have more register. Thank you.
Second the motion.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Fowler. I have a second by Supervisor Begay. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. Okay, next item that we have is item number 23, which I asked to have separated. And, I would imagine Lucinda will pop up. I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but I do. Oh, we got Esther here. Okay, fantastic. And so actually, I just want to bring up a note. Once upon a time, we were proposing a public works barn nearby to help with services in Lens Park. Became a hot potato community issue. One of the recommendations that came forward by going through a citizens process was that it initiated conversations between Public Works and the sanitary district that we have the capability of staging equipment for snow removal on this side of I-17 so that the grader doesn't have to take time to chain up, unchain, et cetera, to move through I-17 from where it's stored to be able to initiate snow removal. So seems so easy. It's not too far away, a mile, but it makes it, it delays the response during snow removal. So it was a solution with our staff, Essler being in a prime spot associated with that, working with the community, listening to them and coming up with a solution. Now, albeit it is not going to be there if we have a threat of flood, snow and rain. We'll move our equipment out of there, I'm sure, associated with that. But Essler, did you want to make any further comment about this? I just wanted to bring it to the attention of folks on that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. This is a culmination of a years long discussion with the community in Munns Park, and I also want to acknowledge the chair of that citizen-driven community, Tom Eade, for his steadfastness and constant leadership in this issue. We're very happy to bring this forward to the board today. It's a 5-year lease agreement with the Pinewood Sanitary District. I want to also thank the manager and the Pinewood Sanitary District board members for agreeing to having this win-win situation, which not only will increase the readiness of our equipment to the Munns Park, but it also increases the safety of our team members not having to travel during inclement weather on I-17. So this is the culmination of that work. And Mr. Chairman, thanks for convening that citizen group to work with Public Works as well through this very delicate discussion and the culmination of this decision. Thank you.
Well, a lot of hard work put on, but it seems very simple and a small piece, but there was a lot of passion, I should say, that went into these conversations over a period of time. So thanks to staff on it. Actually, I would need a board member to make the motion for approval of this, Vice Chair Pallett.
Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to. I want to ask Essler a question, though.
Oh, please.
I guess congratulate him also. Essler, thank you for your report, and congratulations on your appointment to to the election office director. When do you start that? You're still at Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I appreciate the well wishes. I am starting, this is my transition week. So I'm starting with the election.
That is wonderful news.
So to wrap that back into the agenda. So this is Esther serving this last week on this item here. All right.
Yes. Okay, with that, I'd like to
Wait, I have a comment.
oh, okay.
For Esler,
Please.
thank you and congratulations. This lease that is attached, real estate lease, has that been funneled through our attorney for Coconino County?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Begay, yes, the lease agreement has been vetted by the county attorney as well as the attorney for the Pinewood Sanitary District.
Okay, I feel that, it's very much needed. And of course, we have other areas within our districts that have the same similar things that are required and that's needed. So I just want to bring that up too. So again, thank you.
All right, very good job. Esther. Other comments from board members? All right, not seeing any. Lena, you were going to make a motion?
Yes, so Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that we approve item number 23 on our consent agenda. Thank you.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Fowler. Need a second?
Second.
Or was that Geronimo? Or
I'll concede to
Good one.
Patrice seconded it.
Good one.
yeah, I saw you competing on that one. So
Yeah.
all right.
I'll rescind my my second.
So I have a second.
We're just trying to get through the consent agenda.
Yes, we are. A second by Supervisor Horstman. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. Okay, and we're mostly through the consent agenda. However, I need to bring up item 4 that we need to revisit because we have modified policy more recently, and so it was slipping by us. And I've been reminded we cannot make changes to the community initiative pieces by the new policy that was set in motion a couple months ago. So we need to bring it back to having an action associated with the original intent. And if there is a desire to add money, you need to bring a new community initiative forward to be able to do that in the future associated with that.
With Mr. Chair, I will call item number 4.
I have a motion by Supervisor Horstman to recall item number 4. I need a second.
Second.
I have a second. I had a second by Vice Chair Fowler, I believe, on that. Okay. Now, what we need to do is, as we recalled this, we need to go back to the original intent for our motion. That we cannot accept the original motion, and that we need to initiate a motion to keep it for the original intent. Go ahead,
Chair, if I may, just point of clarification so we make sure we do this right, because I want to make sure they get the money.
Yeah.
Do we need to have a vote on the motion to recall item number 4?
Oh, I didn't. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. Okay. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
And with that, Mr. Chair, at this time, I move that we accept item number 4 as stated on the agenda.
I will second, and I apologize that I forgot about the new policy.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor.
Can I clarify real
Please.
quick? I think that in looking at the agenda, I think the total amount is incorrect because I think it states $1,200. So for the sake of, being absolutely clear, let's make sure we've got the correct total.
You're right, and that was called to my attention by Supervisor Vasquez, who did the math, which was really good. So at this time, I make a motion for approval of $1,000 from District 1 Community Initiative Fund, $500 from District 2 Community Initiative Fund, $500 from District 3 Community Initiative Fund, and $200 from District 4 Community Initiative Fund, for a total amount of $2,200 for the purchase and installation of a mobile commercial glass door refrigerator for the Grand Canyon Food Pantry.
I will
All right.
second again, and thank you, Rose.
All right, I have a motion by Supervisor Horstman, a second by Vice Chair Fowler. Any discussion? No further discussion. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries.
Thank
All
you so
right.
much.
All right, we have a very deliberative process right now. So our clock's kind of out the window, but we want to bring it back a little bit. Next item we need to resolve is the Coconino County Flood Control District Board of Directors.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Horstman. Need a second.
Second. Oh.
Second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 This is a consent agenda item. Does anybody care to remove this? Not seeing anybody. Anybody care to make a motion to move it forward to approval?
So moved.
Motion by Director Horstman. Need a second.
Second.
Second by, I believe, Supervisor Begay. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? None opposed, motion carries. Next, we need to resolve is the Board of Supervisors.
So moved.
I have a motion by Supervisor Horstman. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Okay, next we need to resolve is the Yale District Board of Directors. I need a motion to do so.
So moved.
I have a motion by, I believe, Vice Chair Fowler. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Horstman. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Okay, this is item number 34, and Director Vasquez would like to separate this item for clarification. Supervisor Vasquez, and I believe, who do we have on today from Jail District?
Chair Ryan, we have Matt Figueroa here from the jail district. Thank you.
Okay, so we have the commander, Figueroa. Paradama?
Yes, thank you. So I just wanted a little more information about this program. I've gotten some complaints from constituents about just having difficulty using the system and getting charged, and especially for the impacts on people living in poverty who end up in the jail system. And so I just wanted to take this opportunity to get a little more information and clarity about what this program is, and is it in the best interest of all our community. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors, this is Matt Figueroa, the jail commander for the Sheriff's Office. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
All right. Supervisor Vasquez, to try to give a synopsis of this, this is our contract to provide telephone services for our inmate population, video visitation, and the use of our tablet system that we have within the facility. The contract provides the equipment, it provides all of the networking and infrastructure that goes into providing those services. So with this contract, this allows our inmate population to make phone calls, schedule visits with their family and friends across the world through the video visitation system. And then the tablets provide entertainment and educational services that again is provided for the inmate population. For those that do not have funds to be able to use those services, all our inmates receive 2 5-minute phone calls once a month. So that could either be 2 5-minute phone calls for free or a 10-minute phone call. That way they can still stay connected to family members to give them updates on where they're at with their adjudication, or just to check in and let them know that they're okay. With the video visitation system, all our inmates are provided 60 free minutes each week to be able to visit with family and friends as well. So they can do a 1-hour visit and use that entire 60 minutes, or they can break it up in 5-minute visits, 2-minute visits, whatever they want to do, up to that 60 minutes. And again, that's given to our inmate population once a week or every week. So those that don't have funds, they can still utilize the system to stay connected.
Okay, thank you. And I guess my question would be, how does the cost for the inmate compare to other jails in the state?
So one of the biggest things that we are proud about, and what we talk about when we're going out to contract for these type of services, is that we're not necessarily in this for the revenue or the commission. We're in it to pick out the best solution to be able to provide those services for our inmate population. Again, to keep them connected to family or friends, or to even attorneys for that matter, on a consistent daily basis. So our commissions are definitely a lot lower than several other jails in the state. There are definitely jails in the state that do this solely for commission and revenue. This is a moneymaker for them. We have always said that that is not what we want to do here. We do know we get commission, we do know we get revenue for it, but that is not why we or choose certain vendors to be able to provide those services. Our phone rates actually just got capped by the FCC across the country to 20 cents a minute. I'm proud to say that we've always been at 20 cents a minute, even before the FCC had to put a cap on it. Again, unfortunately, there are institutions around the world that try to use this as a revenue making, and a lot of their phone fees were through the roof. And the FCC was able to then bring that back down so that these actual services we're providing are in the best interests of the inmate and of the families. And we've always prided ourselves on making sure we were already lower or receiving the least amount of commission or revenue, but still be able to provide a very good, robust, functioning system.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. In the times that I've actually tried to use the system, I've had some difficulty, but that might just be being user friendly. But thank you for clarifying, at least on the cost for the inmate and their families, because we do want to provide these services the best we can at the lowest cost possible, because a lot of times the folks that end up in the jails come from poverty, and so they don't have the financial whereabouts to be able to access those services to the same level as others. So thank you for that clarification.
Absolutely, Supervisor Vasquez. And again, whenever we're negotiating our contracts, we also want to make sure that we are advocating for those that do not have the funds to be able to communicate, that there's still opportunity for them to be able to do so. Customer service for issues with the system, we are there to help the individual, but also the customer service that is provided by the company is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They can physically walk somebody through the system over the phone to make them able to create an account, navigate through the account, and actually make those requests for visits and or establishing those phone calls.
Great, thank you. And then just one more question, because it's been a minute since I actually had to use those services. How long have you been using this vendor for those services?
I would have to go back and look, but I believe we've been using, the company was Talmate, which was our original provider. And I believe that was in 2008 when we selected them for the phones. And then in 2013, they put together a robust video visitation system, and we went out to bid, and we selected that company again to provide video visitation. Shortly after that, the tablets became available to inmates, and the tablets that our inmates are using through the Talmate vendor are actually being modeled throughout the rest of the country because of the robust abilities to have applications and other programs onto it, to the point to where one of the largest vendors in the nation, GTL, ended up purchasing Talmate because of their technology that they use. And currently the contract is now with GTL, but we've been offering video visitation since 2013. And we've had basically the same vendor since 2008 with the 3 different times that we've gone out to bid. Clearly the customer service, the costs, again, the interest in low revenue and commission has always brought us back to selecting this vendor.
Well, thank you for that explanation. It does help clarify things, and it seems like this is the better deal for our community and our population. Thank you.
And I could
No
say,
problem. Thank you.
I could say, Director Vasquez, you're asking a lot of questions that it's the sensitivity and concern for those that we have there, and you can see that Commander and staff have really worked hard to try and be sensitive to that. So other board members, any further questions or comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Every year or whenever the contract comes up, we always ask the same questions, but we still get complaints and we still have this experience. I just keep wondering if there's any other options and how else can we improve these services when there are still some complaints that do come in. You're saying that this is the best route, and how I'm just wondering if there is another way that we can provide a service where people have access. Main thing is access. Majority of the people that are in our detention center are Native Americans. So and the minority population. So how do we make sure that we ensure that they are in contact with their whoever they want to be in contact with?
That goes back to Commander Figueroa.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Supervisor Fowler, I'd be glad to answer those questions or to discuss on that particular topic. This is probably the best solution that is out there right now. We are constantly looking at what new technology is out there, and by far this particular company goes above and beyond. They're constantly looking at their infrastructure, the internet connections, any improvements to the technology that they need to make, and they provide that to us. They don't wait for us to renew with them for a year or go back out to bid. Whenever new technologies are out there, they bring them to us as soon as they can, explain how our inmate population will be able to use them, what the benefits are going to be, and then we do that. A lot of times, unfortunately, the issues that do come up with the system, specifically with video visitation, is unfortunately the connection that the user outside of the facility may be using. So family and friends, it really depends on the internet service that they have on how well the visit's going to go. Our system has its own dedicated fiber line for the internet service that is needed for video visitation. So that is never a big issue on our part. There are times where the system may go down, but they're able to get it back up and running immediately. And then again, a lot of times with customer service, they're having those conversations with the individuals to find out, what kind of internet service do you have, what vendor is that with, and trying to see if that's what it could possibly be. Prior to COVID, we were going around, again, trying to make sure that everybody can be connected to use this system, primarily the Native American population. And we were traveling to the chapter houses, and we were explaining again about how the video visitation system works and how there's really no reason to even drive into Flagstaff unless you're conducting other business and then come over to use the system to visit. But as long as there's an ability for internet connection, then anybody can use that system all over the world. But primarily with the chapter houses, we were trying to explain how the process works with the hopes that if there's at least the ability to get internet to the chapter houses, then individuals could possibly go there in order to have those visits with their family and friends that may be in custody, instead of, again, having to physically come all the way to Flagstaff to make that happen.
Well, we can do a Zoom meeting on that. When someone deposits money into an account and they don't use all of that money, all of the funds that was reserved, set deposit for the inmate, then, and the inmate is what happens to the rest of the dollars that was left over? And how do we know how much was not returned to the individuals that have deposited those dollars?
Supervisor Fowler, that is a great question. We are actually checking with the vendor right now to see if they can generate a report for us to see what inmates have been released during a certain amount of years and did not elect to obtain their refund that they had in the system. Specifically to GTL for the phone system, video visitation, if they have money left on their account when they get released, they are able to, and we make sure they fully understand and how they can do it, but they are able to send a request to the GTL provider and GTL will provide them with a refund, with that being either mailed out to an address that they give, or if they are going to another institution, if that institution has the GTL software that we use, that money will travel into that system as well, or the money will be returned back to them and sent to them if they go to prison or to another jail facility. Once family and friends put money on somebody's account, that money now belongs to the inmate that's in custody, not necessarily the family and friends that put the money on there. So there is a way for all of our inmates that are being released to be able to get that money back that's left in the system. If there's money left in the system and it's for our other vendor for the commissary where you can purchase items while you're in custody, that money is given to the inmate immediately when they're released, along with any other funds that they still had on their person when they got booked into the facility. So they leave with a check with that money as well. But with Talmate, because everything is automated, there's definitely no one is going to lose their money and not be able to get a refund back. They just simply request to Talmate that they've been released or they're going to be released, and any of the funds they have left will be mailed back to them.
So when they're released, a document is given to them to tell them this is where this is what you can do to get your money back.
Along with the family and friends information that's available in our lobby, the inmates have that same information as well. It provides customer service, phone numbers and addresses, how to use the system, how to request for a refund when you're out of custody. They have access to all of that information as well. And that is also in the inmate rule books that they get on how to use the systems, how do you release items back to family and friends, and how do you get your refunds back if you have money left in your accounts when you're getting released.
Okay, because I was going to propose that be part of the contract, but it sounds like they can get it back. All right, thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, that is definitely an option for them. They don't lose money if they simply have it in their account and they get released. They do get an opportunity to get it back.
All right. So I have Supervisor or Director Horstman has a question.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll try to make it quick. And I want to say I've learned a lot, Supervisor or Director Vasquez. I'm glad you asked those questions. But I have one question and I don't think it's been answered. And if it was, I apologize. So I understand that there is a certain amount of free use that is allowed to all inmates. But if you were going to fully use that system and not have the minimal use, what does it cost a month? Or is it a weekly charge, or is it charged by use, or what does it cost to use the system?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Supervisor Horstman, I'd be glad to answer those questions as well. So besides the free use that all our inmates get either on a weekly basis or on a monthly basis, phone calls are set at 20 cents a minute, and video visitation is set at 25 cents per minute, which was a change that we asked for a few years back, where it was $7.50 to have a half-hour visit. The problem with that was, let's say they're visiting for 30 minutes, but then they end the visit 10 minutes in or 20 minutes in, they lose out on the rest of that funds that they're using to pay for that 30-minute visit. Now it's on a per minute rate. So if they're on a video visit for 2 minutes, they're only charged $2 for that particular video visit. So that again, video visitation is at 25 cents a minute and the phone rates are at 20 cents a minute. We were at 20 cents per minute for several years, but that is what the FCC came down and implemented across the nation to cap phone rates at 20 cents a minute.
Thank you.
All right. I see Director Begay came up. Did you have a question, Director Begay, or comment?
Just that this proposal that's being presented to us, I'm glad that my colleagues have asked those questions. I was booted out of the system for a little bit. Everything froze and I just got back on, so I missed most of the discussions that were made, but I trust my colleagues.
Right. Welcome back. That's right. So, and as you can see with many of these items, we have a lot of people, people working in much more detail. And there's a virtue at times of separation so that we can understand better. We also have the opportunity prior to the meeting of working with the manager and staff of reaching out on items. So, something we evaluate as we approach each meeting. Usually we have them on consent because we've had them there before, but we weigh each out and when do we ask questions. And we have a lot of people working on a lot of things that are really important. So I'm not seeing any further questions or comments. I'll go to Director Vasquez. You asked for separation. Would you care to make a motion?
Yes, I would like to make a motion that we accept item number 34 on the agenda.
I have a motion by Director Vasquez. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Fowler. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. Great job answering the questions, Commander. Thank you for being here. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, member of the board.
You're welcome. All right. Now, next item is we need to resolve as Board of Supervisors.
So move.
Motion by Vice Chair Fowler. Second by Director Horstman. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Okay, now we are acting in the capacity of the Board of Supervisors. And so our next item that we have is we're on item 35, and this is discussion of update, possible direction with staff regarding state and federal legislation. Before we hop into that, let me pause for a minute. We're kind of time management on where we are. Steve, you want to keep proceeding this way, or do you have a suggestion in terms of where we are with the agenda? Next items?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the board, we can proceed with updates. We'd like to get in the roundtable before lunch. But we will need to do a hard stop at lunch because we do have some scheduling things happening over the noon hour. And then we'll be returning at 1:15 to do the presentations on the American Rescue Plan at 1:15, followed at 2:45 by the presentation on regional sustainability and climate change initiatives. And then at 4 o'clock, about 4:15, we're scheduled to go to discuss state and legislative redistricting. So again, if we can get everything wrapped up for the morning session, including updates and roundtable, we'll be in good shape for the afternoon.
All right. So that's all of us. We have a very active inquisitive board today, which is wonderful, but we're going to try and squeeze it in also. So we have our Public Affairs Director, Trey Williams, up with this. Trey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone, supervisors and staff. It's good to be with you here today. I wanted to briefly provide a federal, state, and local update to you all regarding legislation and policy priorities. To start, I'm going to start with our federal legislative update. I wanted to give you all an update on what's been going on in Congress this week, in the last few weeks, and what we have to look forward to, as well as an update on the activities that we've been undertaking with regard to the executive branch and federal agencies. We've been making some progress there as well on the federal side. To start, I wanted to just briefly update you on the negotiations and passage of President Joe Biden's Build Back Better agenda. That has been the main topic of conversation the last few weeks in Washington. Now, when I say Build Back Better agenda, I mean the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which is a bipartisan bill that is waiting on a vote before Congress that is supported by a bipartisan contingent of members of Congress as well as the president. And then there is another piece of legislation which has been dubbed the Budget Reconciliation Bill, because the Democrats are attempting to pass this particular proposal through the budget reconciliation process, which only requires them to have a simple majority. And so that bill is a much larger spending bill, and it is related to what has been dubbed human infrastructure. So that includes social services, education, healthcare, environment, and climate change. The initial price tag associated with that bill was about $3.5 trillion. And what's happened is that within Congress, the moderate and progressive factions of the Democratic Party have staked out support for those two bills. The progressives want the budget reconciliation bill passed along with the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, and they won't vote for the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act without the reconciliation bill advancing in their ability to vote on that as well. The moderates in turn will not support the advancement of the budget reconciliation bill without the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. So they're both very much tied together, and there has been a stalling, if you will, over the contents of that budget reconciliation bill. Two senators, which you're probably all familiar with this, Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia and our senior senator, Kyrsten Sinema, have, number one, opposed the overall spending level of $3.5 trillion. They've also had opposition and concerns with specific provisions in that budget reconciliation bill. And so the president has been engaged with both factions of his party, as well as those two moderate senators, over the contents of the budget reconciliation bill. They've imposed a deadline for themselves of this week, this Friday, according to our consultants. And right now, where it's standing is we're probably looking at a bill that will land anywhere from $1.5 to $2 trillion. The president wants to see it on the $2 trillion side. Senator Joe Manchin wants to see it as low as $1.5 trillion. Senator Kyrsten Sinema might be somewhere in the middle. So now the range we're looking at is maybe, anywhere from $1.75 to $1.9 trillion range. So for Senator Manchin, his top line is $1.5 trillion. And then he also wants to pare back the overall spending by means testing some of the programs and making it much more moderate. And then Senator Kyrsten Sinema has said that she was opposed to tax increases on corporations and or individuals. And that makes passing some provisions within that budget reconciliation bill, the human infrastructure bill, a little more difficult, because that's representing about $800 billion in revenue needed to pay for those newly created programs. The main sticking points as of today, so Speaker Pelosi said this morning that 90% to her caucus in a meeting, that 90% of the bill is written, and she implored her colleagues to support the negotiations so that they can get done with something and have a framework. They may not have a bill drafted by the end of this week, but at least have a framework that everyone agrees on. And so she said that they're about 90% of the way. Senator Chuck Schumer, the Senate Majority Leader, also indicated that much of the work is done and that the remaining key sticking points are Medicare and Medicaid expansions. You have some of the progressive members of the Senate and House really staking out that, and then also paid family leave. The progressives are very focused on paid family leave and ensuring it's included. And then the child tax credit, which Senator Manchin has already been successful in paring down, but there's more negotiation happening on there. The key issue on this particular issue is that the bipartisan infrastructure package can't pass unless there is a framework and there's at least some timeline moving forward to pass that bill so that they can get the progressives to support the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. But unfortunately, if the infrastructure bill doesn't pass by, I believe it's this Friday, then there are some Department of Transportation programs that will end, and then some non-essential employees could be furloughed. So the priority really will be, and for you all, your support of particular provisions within the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, that will be most top of mind. Senator Kirsten Sinema was heavily involved in the drafting of this bill. Her support for this bill was critical, and her support of this bill as it relates to the budget reconciliation bill was critical. So this potentially could be a boon for us. And in the event that they vote on this pretty soon, once they hammer out the budget reconciliation bill, this may be something that you all want to look at a position for as it moves through Congress, because the president will sign it pretty quickly if it gets passed. Any questions on the Build Back Better plan before I move on to just two more federal legislative items?
So, if there's not like a really dire need on the question, let's try and keep the talk well along. We have a couple other items, but I'm not seeing it. So go ahead, Trey, keep moving.
Right, and then just the other thing to keep in mind is that we still have a government funding bill that to fund the entire federal government. The debt ceiling limit, temporary negotiation and agreement that they hammered out will expire on December 3rd. So those bills are going to need to be negotiated. They do require the 60 votes necessary to move forward in the Senate. So there's a lot of work to do there. And then also keep in mind the National Defense Authorization Act is also up for a vote. They passed it for the past 60 years, and they've still got to get that done. And just an FYI on the NDAA in the Senate, it does include the Grand Canyon Protection Act, which this board has signaled support for, and that the Grand Canyon Trust is trying to help remain in that National Defense Authorization Act. So that is ongoing. That letter is forthcoming, which Coconino County will sign on to support the continued inclusion of the Grand Canyon Protection Act in the National Defense Authorization Act in the Senate. If there's no comments or questions there, Mr. Chair, I'll move on to just one last federal item, then I'll do briefly legislative and a local and wrap it up so you guys can make good use of your time.
Any comments or questions?
Oh, great news about Grand Canyon Protection Act. Please keep us informed. Obviously this board's very, very involved in the passage, wants to get that passed. So thank you, Trey.
All right, others? All right, go ahead, Trey.
Sure, and then I just wanted to thank Supervisor Horstman, Begay, and Fowler for their participation in the meeting with Forest Service Chief Randy Moore, as well as the rest, Supervisor Vasquez and you, Mr. Chair, for all of your work leading up to the meeting with Chief Randy Moore, which was conducted at the Western Interstate Region Conference. It was a very good meeting. All three of our supervisors raised great points and questions. Also, Deputy County Manager Lucinda Adriani did a fantastic job explaining our forest restoration initiative, the aftermath of the museum fire and the flooding, and then our effort to allow for emergency watershed protection plan funding to be expended on federal lands. We didn't necessarily make specific headway there, but we did. He did encourage us to have conversations with the regional forester, which staff has been of the flood control district has continued to have those conversations. They've also continued to have conversations with the Coconino National Forest on that emergency watershed protection program funding and our forest restoration initiatives. And then we've also kept the congressional delegation in the loop on these efforts. And then right now, we're working on, and primarily flood district staff is working on soliciting additional meetings within the U.S. Department of Agriculture. We have two agencies that we're working with, the National Resources Conservation Service and the Forest Service, as I mentioned. So those are the next subsequent meetings that will happen after our fantastic and productive meeting with Chief Moore almost 2 weeks ago now. So there's no questions on that. I'll move into state legislative update.
I'll just pause just for a half a second. You guys did a great job, all of you. Great teamwork. It's moving in good directions. Very well done. All right, go ahead, Trey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then we've also, as you all know, we are probably just under 3 months away from the legislative session beginning, believe it or not. Right now, we're nearing the end of the year and we're approaching an election year. So many statewide and legislative office holders are ramping up their campaigns even further. And we're also seeing a lot of vacancies beginning to occur in the legislature. We've seen a number of resignations and vacancies over the past 6 months. Raquel Tehran, who was formerly in the House, has moved over to the Senate. She's also the chair of the Arizona Democratic Party. Representative Stephanie Stahl-Hamilton has also moved over to the Senate to replace Senator Kirsten Engel, who is running for Congress. So there are now vacancies to replace their positions in the House as they move over to the Senate. So we will have a new Senate, and then we'll also have a new House as well, in that we have 2 Republican House seats, which are also in need of appointment. Representative Brett Roberts of LD11 resigned in September, and sadly, Representative Frank Pratt, an Arizona statesman, passed away recently. And so the Pinal County Board of Supervisors is looking to appoint their replacements. And then we just today we will have a swearing in of a new member of the Arizona House, as the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors recently appointed Sarah Liguri to replace Aaron Lieberman, who resigned his House seat in Legislative District 28 to run for governor. And then we're also looking at Representative Randy Freese of Tucson in the Southern Arizona area. He also has indicated his intention to resign his position. So we will have a new legislature in 2022. We're looking at the second regular session. So the committees are going to mostly stay the same. There was one new development in that Senator Michelle Ugenti Rita of LD 23 recently indicated to Senate President Karen Fann that she will be resigning her chair of the Senate Government Committee. The 2 committees that we work in the House and the Senate are the government. In the House, it's the Government and Elections Committee. And then in the Senate, it's the Senate Government Committee. So the chair will stay the same over in the House, but in the Senate, she did resign that position. She indicated her focus and passion is election integrity. She didn't necessarily give a specific reason for resigning, but Senate President Fann now has to appoint a new member and a new chair. There has been some talk of having Senator Kelly Townsend be appointed to that chair of the Senate Government Committee. There's some pretty intense lobbying on the conservative side to have that occur, as Senator Townsend's a very strong proponent of election integrity and having the legislature being very aggressive in that space. It's unclear what Senate President Fann will do at this point, and there's been no new member appointed or an appointment of a new chair there. Any questions before I just give, I want to talk about one of the board's legislative priorities. There's a good update there as well, but any questions or comments? Okay. So some positive news to report. As I mentioned to you last time, we were proposing or planning to propose through our county assessor, Armando Ruiz, the short-term vacation rental tax parity legislative proposal to ACO, and Assessor Armando Ruiz is supportive of this proposal, and he did submit this proposal to the Arizona Association of Counties to be included in their 2022 county government platform. That proposal is a late submission, as just to make you all aware, which means that the ACO Board of Directors will have to approve this late submission. Don't necessarily see issues there as of right now. And then as part of that, our Assessor Ruiz presented the proposal to his colleagues of the Arizona Association of Assessing Officers last week. I'm happy to report that they voted to support the proposal. It was a priority for them about 2 years ago, and they made good progress on the legislation, but COVID kind of stalled that effort, and it's a little bit fallen to the wayside. So this is a good development in that it now has the support of his fellow assessors from around the state, and the ACO board will consider the proposal on November 9th as part of their board meeting in conjunction with their annual conference in Phoenix. And then one last positive development to also report on in regard to, many of you will remember that the legislature approved funding for wildfire response as part of a special session in June. And there were some questions about the way that that language was drafted and whether or not certain fires, just simply because the opinion of the AG was that the fires or associated flooding had to occur before July 1st, 2020. And so there was some question as whether or not the museum fire and the attendant flooding with the museum fire would be included under that interpretation. but we've been able to tentatively confirm with the Department of Fire and Forestry Management, the governor's office, and the AG through our consultant and through our emergency manager, Wes Dyson, that there's an interpretation of that language, and that upon further examination, it does look like there's a kind of a caveat in what would apply or what would be eligible. And so it does look like, based off of the AG's reinterpretation, that the special session funding language that was passed in June will allow for reimbursement of eligible expenses associated with the flooding that occurred, because the flooding occurred after July 1st, 2020. So even though the fire occurred before that, the flooding occurred after July 1st, 2020, and based off of that language would now potentially be eligible, which is a great development for us. There's still the FEMA funding reimbursement that will occur, but the reinterpretation of this particular language to apply to museum fire flooding will allow us to draw down more state funding. And our emergency manager, Wes Dyson, is aware and has been working on this issue. But I wanted to share with you all this positive development there. I've got just one local update, and then I'll be done. Sorry, Mr. Chair, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, please.
Okay. Sure. And then I just wanted to thank Supervisor Fowler for attending the Economic Mobility Leadership Network in Salt Lake City with our Public Affairs Economic Development Manager, Chris Pasters. He's in our Public Affairs Department. Very proud of the work that both of you did at the Leadership Network. I heard great things. And I just want to thank Vice Chair Fowler and Chris of my staff for attending those exciting workshops and working on an equitable economic development plan for our county under that particular grant. It was a great success. So congratulations, Vice Chair Fowler and Chris. And then I also just have, and then one other thing is Chris will be our Economic Development Manager. He will be attending the Arizona Association of Economic Development's Fall Forum this week. So he's doing even more work in the community to talk about the grants and partnerships that we're working on and to further develop economic development opportunities with his colleagues from around the state. So very proud of his work in that area. He will be doing that here in Flagstaff this week. And then lastly, I just want to publicly recognize two members of my staff who are moving on to exciting new opportunities. Our Senior Communications Manager, Alexandra Fisher, is leaving the Public Affairs Department for another county department. She has served admirably and has been a great asset to the Public Affairs Department during her tenure. And I want to thank her personally for all of her work and dedication to Coconino County and our residents in being our Senior Communications Manager. We wish her all the best in her future endeavors in her new position. And then on the workforce development side, Abby Velasquez, who is our business manager, she's moving on to an exciting new opportunity. She has been an incredible asset and fixture within the Public Affairs Department and within the workforce development program. She is a tremendous expert and very, very qualified and great employee. And so want to thank her for her service to Coconino County and our residents and wish her the best in her new opportunity here at the county. That concludes my update, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Trey. And typically we have a lot of comments, I think, from the board, but we're also, we'll have a chance to reach out to you after and/or congratulating the other two on their transition in their development. Next up, we have item number 36, it's discussion and update from the county manager, Steve.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Very quickly, would you like to go to roundtable in the next few minutes and then I can report out later today?
We can do that, yes.
We can do that just while we're all here today.
Okay, and so let's go ahead and march through it, roundtable. So we'll start with, actually, let me go to Vice Chair Fowler because she's going to have to hop off pretty soon. So Lena, if you could give your update.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Trey, for your bringing up the economic mobility leadership network that we have with the National Counties Association. And we are very fortunate to be part of that group. And we joined that, several years back, and we continue to work with the other counties throughout the country. And then locally, our economic mobility is very important. When I think about that, we need to really look at the ARPA funds, see where we might be best use those to help our communities and families for the upward economic mobility and really thinking about how we can make a difference in someone's lives to be able to, set them up for the future and really do make an impact. So that's something that we will continue to work on. We continue to work on our broadband, meeting with various stakeholders so that we can get those easements and right-of-ways, and also the networking, and also just the meeting with just trying to partnership, and what does that mean, and in terms of the ARPA funds, as well as having the discussions about businesses that may be able to move into our region. And of course, we've been having meetings on the redistricting, and then also the legislative redistricting and the district redistricting. So those are things that we've been working on. So thank you so much. I really appreciate everything. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Let's go ahead and rotate through. District 1, Supervisor Horseman.
Yes, and I know we have a time crunch here, so I'll try to make it quick and just give the highlights. Obviously, one of the biggest highlights is that 3 of us attended the WIR annual conference. I am the elected alternate representative and was able to attend in Salt Lake City and work with my fellow representatives on many of the issues facing the West. And one of the highlights was being there and watching Jay Smith, our Forest Restorations Director, present on the panel about the success of Coconino County's Forest Restoration Initiative and flood mitigation efforts there in the museum area. Lulu. In addition to attending the workshop, I was also able to join my colleagues on NACO's Public Land Steering Committee. We got a little mini group together to talk about the economies and recreation economies, which of course affect us and many of the mountain towns here in the western part of the United States. We had a couple field trips and including having an opportunity to take a look at the Parley's Canyon fire and Bald Mountain Scenic Outlook to see how the western drought has impacted them in Salt Lake City. And certainly their experiences are very similar to the experiences we have here in Coconino County. We also, as was stated, got an opportunity to meet with the new United States Forest Service Chief Randy Moore, and we were able to really explain what our needs are here for forest restoration and management, and also our needs for funding for various mitigation efforts due to the museum fire and post-fire flooding. And I'm so glad to hear that we were able to get a special session funding and a reconsideration of the museum fire flooding. There's going to be a lot of work and a lot of mitigation that needs to be done, and this was extremely important. And then, of course, we got to join our chair for the Fort Tuthill restroom facilities ribbon cutting. That was really a wonderful time and great for our community. It was great to see so many people out there for the ribbon cutting ceremony. And as a frequent user of Fort Tuthill, I am very happy to see that we now have flushable toilets there within Fort Tuthill. I really appreciated all your efforts, and I know Chair Ryan, you were such a great leader in getting that accomplished. So it was fun to be there with you and others. Also, we had the CCC and Board of Supervisors first joint meeting. That was really exciting, and I want to thank the county manager for getting that together, and I hope that was for the first of many annual joint meetings that we will have with our CCC partners and representatives. And then, of course, a lot of our time has been on redistricting. And I know we've been working hard on the legislative and congressional district maps, as well as our own board of supervisor district maps. And there'll be more to come on that this afternoon. So that's all I'll say on that. And last but not least, of course, we have Fry. As you know, the RFP was withdrawn, and so it was not awarded. And so we have been working, and the county staff in particular, Lucinda, Jay, and others have been working diligently with our moving forward on other options and taking a look at other options to make sure that we move forward on forest restoration and management, which is so essential to us here in Northern Arizona. So that's a very quick overview, Chair Ryan, and hopes that we get through this before 12. So thank you. You're on mute.
Yeah, I took myself off. Yeah, sorry. Supervisor Vasquez.
Sure, I'll try to make it quick. We had the close of Hispanic Heritage Month a couple days ago, and so I had the opportunity to participate in elected officials roundtable with Assessor Armando Ruiz and County Treasurer Sarah Benatar, and just talking about our experiences as being Latinos in county government. And then hosted a lunch and learn on the Mayan calendar and got to talk a little bit about my indigenous background from Guatemala and some of the passions that I have about Mayan culture and Mayan history. And then also hosted a lunch and learn that highlighted different Hispanic businesses, mostly restaurants in the community. And want to give a shout out to Arena Contreras, my district director, because she did an awesome job in helping coordinate all three of these different programs. Then I attended the Anti-Racist, Anti-Bias Advisory Committee meeting. There's lots of concerns about the new critical race theory legislation that's going around. And they reviewed the internal survey results and found that the greatest need based on the data is equity-based development. And then also that FUSD is giving out a stipend to internal employees that can provide translation services, because there's a lack of translation services in the district and finding outside vendors. And a lot of times, and this used to happen to me as an employee at Killip, those of us that speak Spanish are tapped to do the service of translating, but there hasn't been additional compensation for it traditionally. And so the school district's trying to help with morale by giving those stipends. I also met with the ADEQ representative, Morgan O'Connor, who's the liaison for Coconino and Yavapai counties. And we had a discussion about some of the effects of the flooding in the Sunnyside and the Paradise and flooding area, Sunnyside area, with the potential of mold and some of the dust. And so we're going to continue those conversations and hopefully have a forum at some point with the community so he can answer some of their direct specific questions on those topics. I also had the opportunity to attend the RTAC strategic retreat, the Rural Transportation Advocacy Council strategic retreat last week. Well, I wasn't able to go to WIR, and I went with Chair Ryan, and we got to learn about rural transportation needs and discuss kind of what the function is of RTAC moving forward. And then we hosted several state legislators to discuss about a $50 million ask for transportation needs around the state, including Coconino County. And so it was really neat to be part of that and start learning more about those rural transportation needs in our state. Then last weekend, I had the opportunity to participate in the NAU homecoming parade, and that was a lot of fun. Had a student from NAU, Ulises Ortega, that I got to meet and who drove me in his car, and so that was a lot of fun. And then NAU had hosted its first ever Hispanic Heritage football game, so that was really fun. And a shout out for CHOC, the Coconino Hispanic Advisory Council, for their recognition on the jumbo screen for their 20th anniversary of all their advocacy work on behalf of Coconino County. Then I had the opportunity to attend the Exchange Club First Responders Lunch, and I apologize to them. I cannot find my program to give a shout out to the winners from the county, but there was the sheriff's deputy from Forest Lake who won it on the part of the sheriff's department, and then the captain from the Highland Summit office. And I apologize that I don't have the program to shout out their names, but it was really cool to see the first responders and get recognized for their hard work and all the different challenges that they face and still do a great job. So that was really cool to be able to participate. Thank you, Chair Ryan, for giving me that opportunity at the last minute. I really appreciated attending. And then I attended the Donny Park Fernwood Timberline area plan meeting, and we went through just all the different comments from the open house and just kind of dive through them and discuss them and making steady progress on getting that area plan tightened up and finished. And then finally, had the opportunity to take my kids to the Celebraciones de la Gente, Day of the Dead celebration at the Museum of Northern Arizona, and had a great time checking out the music, checking out the altars and the different artwork and food. And so really impressed with the quality of the event, especially considering coming from COVID and finally being able to open up and provide those services to the community. So a shout out to Nuestros Raíces for organizing that event, and look forward to seeing the events grow in the future. And then just a shout out for as well this Saturday at the Murdoch Center, there'll be a Dia de los Muertos event. I believe it's from 1 to 3. And there will be some altars there as well. So it's not as big a production as the museum event, but definitely something in the community worthwhile going to check out. And then finally, just doing all the redistricting, attended one of the open house meetings, I believe 2 weeks ago, and just trying to keep track on what's going on and just, really encourage the community to advocate for your preferences and, the window's closing. So if you have any feedback, please get it to the community or to the IRC as soon as possible. So, and that's my report. Thank you.
All right, well done. Supervisor McKay, District 4.
I guess you guys did all the report for me. There's a lot of it's just something that we all did, during our get-togethers. Of course, the redistricting for the legislative, city, and the state at the state level. Those are pending issues that needs to be settled by the end of next month, hopefully. But we are all getting together, and we should be addressing that, for the 10 years to come. So I had a chance to go to that with WIR. It was an eye opener as to a lot of topics that were being discussed in those sessions. And I really appreciated Jay Smith, for going over the forest restoration and the flood mitigation and showcasing Coconino County. I thought that was a real good plus, to the counties. And we have people coming up and, congratulating, basically talking to us, how it's a good program and it's worked. And, you guys are lucky to have Jay, in that. And we just say, well, we have a good staff in that area, that all work together to do certain things. So I think the highlight of this whole meeting that I went to with the WIR was meeting with Chief Moore, and he was there and he was talking about, we met with him and discussed the restoration efforts, and then also the management of forest lands, and then also the mitigation efforts that we would like to continue to see. And I think that was something that, I really appreciated him, to actually say, yeah, we can sit down and talk about it. I think we were very fortunate to do that as a Coconino County. And then also I met with Navajo County Board of Supervisor, and, we shared some ideas and, talking, just doing a little bit outreach and things like that. So I thought that was good. And then also I did not go to Donny Park because we were at that WIR that week. And then also I had a chance to go to Route 21, which is by Tonalea. The students are riding the bus on the roads that are not feasible. It's breaking the buses down and things like that. So I think we need to, try to advocate on their behalf, as far as the bus routes. And that's not the only bus route there, that's an issue on the reservation. So So I just want to say again, what there was the latest IRC function that happened at NAU. I attended that, and it was really good, with all the comments that were made, and I guess it's the legislative district that's an issue, as far as the Navajo Nation is concerned. And so what effects it may have, that's being looked into in certain ways and things like that. So I think we need to have a better education, done so that, we can make sure that, there's stability, to continue stability in the way the district is made. So I just want to say thank you very much. And I want to mention other things, but I know some other board members have already mentioned those. Thank you.
All right. And actually, I can hold out District 3. We all have plenty going on, but we definitely need to. We've gone a little over, but it's amazing, isn't it? How much everybody does. So I think it'd be real important that we provide the opportunity for the stop right now. We can always come back a little later on if we missed anything, and when Steve gives his report, and if we need to touch on this again, we can do that. So why don't we go ahead and step away for lunch, and we're due back at 1:15. We're still at 1:15, Steve?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then with that, for the sake of the public, that's item 38, and it's a discussion related to the American Rescue Plan. So we'll get back on the regular schedule. We can do the other items following up later on. All right, let's go ahead and take a break. All right. We got my video, got my audio. Let's just check in. Just a note, Judy will be in and out. She's listening and will participate when she can. She's also multitasking, I guess, working with the constituency on an item. Similar will be occurring with Lena, as we had noted earlier in the meeting. We are scheduled 1:15 to 2:45 for a presentation, discussion, and update possible action regarding American Rescue Plan funding and the fiscal year 22 budget. And actually, we have two items. And before we go anywhere with this, I've gotten enough feedback from board members that ARPA's, we're moving along, but we're developing and we have a lot of questions. And trying to do it in the afternoon after we work through a lot of issues, there's a fatigue factor that can set in where they're very important decisions. And I was able to catch Steve over lunch and say, it might be well worth at least that portion of give us an opportunity, maybe even a separate date that we get a chance to work through the ARPA items on this. So that everybody's comfortable as we move forward. And then the second item is no matter what, we have the compensation piece related to the budget that's on there. And I think that one's right for conversation that we can still continue with today for it. But Steve, do you want to follow up with me?
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. As the chair indicated, the ARP discussion, of course, we have spent several of our work session time in teeing this up. It certainly is a big effort, has involved a lot of conversation, a lot of input from departments, elected officials, and it's important information. At the same time, as the chair indicated, there are a lot of discussions that the board needs to have, of course, in open session because of questions, follow-ups, ideas that are important, because that's in your role in governance. That's important that you're governing with information. At the same time, we have, of course, been very active with agendas, and we have squeezed in major policy discussions along with everything else. And so the chair and I spoke over lunch, and we did come up with a recommendation to schedule a different day than Tuesday to have an extended special meeting of the board to cover all things ARP related. And this would include, of course, the recommendations that have been made to the board to date, also additional information related to the process that would be used for programming dollars to external organizations. And so these are all really important conversations. And it's one of those things that to try to squeeze it into an agenda is hard, but we need a block of time, several hours, if not possibility of a full day, to go through each of the items all together. Because we have recommendations related to specific departments, we have recommendations to be made related to external partnerships to be developed. And so again, the chair and I discussed this over lunch, and I certainly, and I think certainly the project team who've been putting in many hours on presentation material, would like to have, an extended period of time with the board, and quite honestly, to have very lively discussions on some very important matters here. So, Mr. Chair, with that, I'll turn it back to you, sir.
Okay, so turning back, I don't think we need an action just to modify it, but we're saying let's table this portion of the discussion, but let's keep the other piece on. Are you okay with that, Patrice?
I'm fine. Let's do it.
Okay. Ranima? Okay. And Judy's in and out, but I think we have Judy right now for the moment.
Yeah. I'm glad it's been tabled, because that was going to be my motion to table that and have a regular session, executives, a regular session, special session for this topic, because We need to know the details, more details. We have questions, and I'm glad that it's been tabled. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. So that's good, Steve. So at this point for that, you're going to work with the calendar, work with our calendars, and set up a separate day so that we can have better conversations to align
Yes.
the needs and what we want to do.
Mhm.
Fantastic.
Yes, yep.
Okay.
And I don't know if you have any, obviously, the sooner that we get a potential date, the better, just for all of our schedules. And I'll clear my schedule to be there for this.
If you can inform your district directors that we need to have this as a priority item, that would be appreciated.
In any time, like next week, Steve, do you think?
I don't know. I mean, I can't tell you right now. I'm not, again, we'll look at a day, and I'd like to have a day to do this and get it to start to finish done.
Thank you. I agree wholeheartedly, and just the more lead time, the better. And obviously, this is priority. So thank you.
Yeah, and actually, just to reaffirm what Steve was suggesting, sometimes we hold out and say, keep this, as a sacred, don't move anything. If you could get your directors to flex so that we can build this in, that would be very good for your calendars. And they're counting on your spoken word for that. So that would be great. With that in mind, we still have the second portion associated with the budget and the discussion associated with compensation. So Steve.
Right. So Mr. Chair, members of the board, we are going to go through the presentation portion that is not ARP related. Again, these are not ARP related discussions. These are related to the fund balance that we have, of course, in the county as a result of higher than expected revenue. And want to note, I want to really make some very important notes here, and I want to make it, even though we're not going to be talking specifically about ARP, but when we look at the opportunity to put dollars into service, that is really important. And so we have, of course, through our years of good financial planning and 10-year outlooks, have done, while the impacts of COVID and recessions do have an impact on us, we've had the ability to really plan ahead for 10 years. And so I say this because when we do have, and we've reached our policy thresholds for contingency and revenue smoothing, beyond that, we want to put those dollars into service. And those dollars into service are to the community as well as to the organization. And so when we look at the ARP, my quick note on ARP is that through the ARP guidelines and regulations, local governments did have the opportunity to, through their lost revenue category, reserve some of those dollars to come back into fund balance or into contingency, because that was part of the legislation. We've chosen not to. We've chosen that all of those dollars that could have been set aside in those lost revenue categories are going to go into service. And so conversation next week or the week after, hopefully next week, on ARP is going to be to utilize that entire amount minus some from administrative costs to put those dollars into service. Same with our dollars in terms of general fund. So now I'm talking about general fund dollars only, putting those dollars into use, particularly as it relates to the organization, is very important. So I'm going to say, Erica, can you tee up the PowerPoint, please? Because we're going to go through the first part of that discussion as it relates to the compensation plan. And that's the key point for today, is to minus the ARP discussion to focus in on the compensation plan. Joining me also here, of course, is the administrative team. Erica Philpott's also here. Sue, Lucinda, Erica Shaw, Siri Mullaney are all here to present this particular part of the discussion for this morning. And so I'm going to be talking about the compensation plan as it relates to the use of one-time dollars, general fund dollars, not ARP, to deal with some of the challenges we're facing. So next slide, please. So competitive compensation, of course, we look at the realities, and these are realities that every organization, private, public sector, is facing as it relates to their workforce. Staying ahead of minimum wage is more of a local issue, although it's an important issue. We're not saying anything on either side of the fact that we do need a very important minimum wage for our workforce. But as a result of those items, that does create some compression when we talk about some of the competitiveness that we have here. So again, we want to address compression with what we're presenting today. We also want to look at how we improve retention. And so I just had an hour-long conversation with an elected official here at the county, and talking the fact that we have to look at how do we keep folks. Number one, how do we recruit them, get them in the door, and then how do we keep individuals over time? That is so important to have a really vibrant, healthy workforce. And so looking at compression and retention and decreasing turnover, the reasons that individuals leave the county is very important. Our exit interviews are like gold. We need to have that feedback, and we want to present back to you at some point in time results of an exit survey. So you will hear from individuals who have chosen to leave county service the reasons that they did do that. And so looking at all these things helps us improve the recruiting. It seems every sector of the workforce, every sector of the economy is having a challenge in locating and keeping talent, and we're not exempt from that. We also have certain challenges with regard to the cost of living here in our county that are part of that. So again, kind of setting the stage for the next few slides. The next slide, please. So compensation recommendation takeaways, as I talked about, our turnover is the highest it's ever been since fiscal year 08, and it's at over 18% turnover. According to sharkbay.com, which is a turnover calculator, our county turnover costs estimate about $5.7 million a year. So this is the cost of turnover. And so, of course, when you look at strategies to curb that, reduce that cost, is really important. We currently have 142 positions open for recruitment, and that's 14% of all of our workforce. And that's a large amount. And part of that, during COVID, we had a hiring freeze. We did, it was intentional, it was planned, it was recommended, and it served its purpose. At the same time, when we look at opening those positions up, we do have, of course, the turnover that happens with that. So again, 142 positions open. The number of applications that we receive each year has declined year over year since fiscal year 18. So fewer individuals are applying for positions here at the county, which of course creates a challenge when we're looking at a viable applicant pool to consider. I want to say a couple words about coming to the county, and myself and members of the executive team that participate in employee orientation. We often start our orientation by thanking individuals who've been hired for choosing Coconino County. And I've said this before, when we're in a job interview process, of course, the hiring team is looking at, do we invite this individual to come to Coconino County? But the most important discussion or decision is that this person who's sitting on the other end of the table chose Coconino County, and we're honored. We're honored that they've chosen us. And so as an organization, as an enterprise made up of constitutional officers, the board, various departments, you name it, we do a lot of different things. It's really an honor to be able to sit across the table at very exciting, innovative, eager employees that want to choose our team. And so we miss that. We really do. And we really thank those individuals who've come to us at various times, and especially those new hires that we do orientation for every week. So again, that applicant pool is shrinking, and that concerns us. And see the next slide. So I'm going to turn it over to Siri, because this is, when we look at our decisions, we always look at it in terms of the context of the 10-year plan. And so Siri, if you can walk us through this piece, please.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. So this slide is one we saw at our last session when we were talking about compensation. We were also talking about some of the one-time funds during that time, but it's the same slide just for consistency. And so a lot of what we were talking about last time related to one-time dollars that doesn't really apply to today's conversation, but we did want to show the impact that the recurring compensation recommendation would have on the long-term outlook. So again, for orientation purposes, the FY22 forecast column is that first one to the right of the descriptions of all of the categories. And that has been updated to include the compensation recommendation that you're seeing today, forecasted in for fiscal year 2022. And then all subsequent years out into the future also includes the compensation increase in the forecast, all the way out to fiscal year 30, which is currently the last year of our plan. And the numbers that we want to look at when we're focusing on this is really our net change in fund balance. Again, because we were having different discussions at our last meeting, we're focusing on a few different years, but we have fiscal year 2022 stays essentially in balance, a use of fund balance of $342,000 in FY22 as a result of the recommendation. And we do have our 24 and 25 are in a box because again, that is our assumption for a recessionary period. We would be expecting to use fund balance in some of our revenue smoothing during that time. So that is what those negative numbers mean. But as we go out to fiscal year 30, we currently have forecasted, again, 10 years out, revenues and transfers in of 91.69 million, with forecasted expenditures of 93.7 million. So a use of fund balance of about $2 million. And as we've been discussing, we're considering that essentially in balance. There's strategies we can do throughout, whether we need to look at increasing our turnover savings that we're realizing when we do have turnover, or other strategies. But essentially, again, on $91 million of revenue, we're considering that to be essentially in balance with the current recommendation for compensation. Every year, of course, we also have assumptions for CPI growth in our expenditures and other, merit type or market increases built into our forecast along the way. So every year is a decision point on some of those things. But the long-term outlook with just kind of our standard assumptions again, and the compensation included is shown on this slide.
Thank you, Siri. Any questions before we go back? Can we just go back? Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yeah, so what do you mean go back? Patrice wants to ask a question.
Yeah, I was going back to this, go back to the slide so we can answer.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, there you go. Go ahead.
And I apologize, but just plain speak. So I think what you're saying is the recommendation for the mid-year compensation is you have factored into this, and that based on that, there is moving forward, there is some negative numbers from 24, 25, and 30. Is that correct?
Yes, Supervisor Horstman, that is correct. Although just again, to emphasize the 25 in particular is our forecasted recessionary period.
Got it. No, I have that. Now, is it, and just correct me if I'm wrong, and if I'm going way beyond what we're talking about here, just please correct me on that too. But I just want to make sure I understand. And so that's based on revenue projections coming in, right? So if we do better in our revenue projections, which I understand we've done this year, then that negative number will be less. If we do worse, it'll be more. And has our increased revenue, because our revenue projections were much smaller than what it turns out they're being for this year, has that been factored into this as well? Because we're in better shape than we thought we were.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. The revenue has been updated to reflect our current outlook for fiscal year 2022. Really making a long-term change though, because we have pegged our revenue growth to those things that really cause long-term kind of structural change. We have population and inflation estimates still built in. So those can absolutely cause longer term increases in our revenue or an improvement in that long-term forecast. It's really, we're basing it just on kind of average historical trends. We have been seeing higher inflation, which is some of what might be driving our sales tax figures. But we just want to also keep in mind that we do think that some of what we're experiencing is more one-time dollars versus a changing of that line, that, that recurring line of our revenue.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then Siri, if you can stay on your screen, I'm going to ask if I could the next slide, and Erica, if you can come on screen, please. Erica Philpott.
Hang on, Steve. Let me just check with the others just to see. Any other questions on the budget and the forecasting associated with that? I mean, my questions are answered as through Patrice's and what you presented. Siri, so I'm great. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so then, looking at the recommended compensation adjustment, a mid-year adjustment to compensation in the form of $1 per hour increase to each regular employee's base wage. Also making note here is this is not a one-time. We would be adding this forward for future years. So this in essence ups the hourly rate for employees going forward. So again, emphasis is not on a 1 year only, but looking at this going out into the future. The next one, the full cost is estimated based on current vacancies. Based on budgeted positions, the annual cost may be up to 1.9 million for the general fund. And then since we also, of course, receive revenue for, especially grant revenue for other positions, all funds, that total would be 3.1 million for the year. And Siri, is there any fiscal note on this particular bullet for Erica?
Nothing from me, thank you.
Okay, Erica, okay. Mid-year implementation results, of course, in 50% of the annual cost for the fiscal year 22 only. So it's 6 months of the fiscal year looking at implementation at the first of the year. And then as an additional step to elevate our lowest grades above the minimum wage, the ranges for grades 7 and 8 will increase by 75 cents per hour. This increases capacity within the range and further creates some separation between our lowest ranges and the minimum wage. And so Erica Philpott, can you speak a little bit to this particular bullet?
Sure, thank you. Thanks, Steve. Thank you, Chair Ryan, members of the board. So in looking at our structure, we were seeing an opportunity to move these ranges 75 cents. So the people in them would, if this recommended action were to be adopted, the people would move $1. The ranges would not be moving with the people. And in these two grades, grade 7 and grade 8, we would move the ranges by 75 cents. That would allow there to still be a 25-cent gap between the entry of the range and the people who were moved up. So it would alleviate some compression at the lowest end of those two ranges, the entry of those two ranges, but would also allow us to be that much further away from minimum wage. So the people employees in grades 7 and 8 would not receive $1.75. They would receive $1 and the ranges would move 75 cents. So just wanted to clarify that and show the thought process behind it.
Thank you, Erica. And then the final bullet, as I indicated, total estimated recurring costs of 3.1 for all funds and 1.9 for the general fund. And then the next slide, please. So at this time, based on the information we provided, getting direction from the board to proceed with implementation. At the same time, if there are questions, additional information that the board would like for us to provide, we would be ready to receive that information, Mr. Chair. You're muted, sir.
See if I can get up to 30 times today on that. Well on my way. Let's see. Yeah, go ahead, Judy. Go ahead.
I think I'm in agreement with what was presented as far as salary compensation. Two things that I think that really needs to happen as soon as possible is the desk audit for each of the employees, because we don't want to be putting too much work on one and then not enough on the other, and that one is getting the higher pay, one is getting the lower pay, just the disparities maybe. Also, the other thing is a compensation salary study is what we need for our organization. that would really compare the salaries of everyone across in Coconino County, like Coconino Community College, the Flagstaff Unified School District, other departments, organizations. And I think we just want to be fair, because I know there's a lot that we're probably losing people to because of our salaries, and they're going to higher paying salaries and stuff like that. So I just want to let it be known that, I agree with what's coming up, and that I think that the two items really need to be done as soon as possible. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. And actually, Judy, I'm going to suggest that maybe you turn your camera off. We're just getting a chance to see your nose, and your voice is coming through quite clear. You're probably driving and don't have the ability otherwise. So just a suggestion. But in terms of the comments on that, two different pieces on that. I agree conceptually with the recommendation that Judy just made. However, one piece that we need to do is allow for time for that to occur also. It takes a lot of work from the organization, and there's a capacity piece happening with it. And then another element of it is how have we been handling it in the interim? Part of it's an HR question, part of it is a suggestion for Steve to speak to that. Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask Erica Philpott to discuss some of the work that her staff and her team have been doing on market already, and then some of the work that other jurisdictions are doing that we might be able to model some of our system look at. So if I could ask Mr. Chair, Erica to comment on those items.
Okay, go ahead, Erica.
Thank you. Yes, we have begun looking at our positions, and we do participate in salary studies on a regular basis, at least annually, but we have really started to take a deeper dive. And what we're seeing is that other organizations and entities, municipalities, are working on similar work as well. And so we are speaking to our colleagues in other organizations, other HR departments, and looking at what they're doing. Some of them are doing internal work, some of them are doing external work. And so it would be really great to glean what they have done, what that looks like, and benchmark against those that are in the process or have just recently finished a compensation study as we continue that work. And so we will continue to move that forward, and also eagerly awaiting some of those others, especially those who have hired an outside firm to finish that work, so that we can glean information from that.
And Steve?
Again, Mr. Chair, as Eric indicated, we're doing some proactive work in that area. But I would like to just have a better understanding. Would you like us to hold, I guess I need to understand from the board, we would like to have an effective date, the last pay period in December or the first pay period in January. We'll continue to work on market and some of the information that other counties may be doing to provide this information while we're getting ready for the adjustment in January, if that's okay.
So
do you need to see this one, or do you need to see other information before we can proceed again?
So I'll go ahead and weigh in, and we'll go through the board and see where they are with it. Kind of have a couple different dynamics. For what we have now and all the information we've had and what we've led up to with budget discussions, well, I always have some reservation when we're looking at our long-term forecasts. We also are in really different times right now, where I understand that we're pivoting. Our retention need is a critical need right now. I'm comfortable with enough right now for where we are that we move forward with the mid-year. The suggestion of doing a broader study, I think we need more input from you, Steve, on that. I don't necessarily need it right now to make this mid-year decision, but I think we need each board member to weigh in a little bit with this also. And so why don't I kind of walk through, provide the opportunity for the board member, and then we'll swing back to, okay, where are we with this. So I'll start out with District 1. I'll go through the numerical piece. Patrice?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And, thanks to our wonderful county team. Taking a look at it, obviously that it's a goal for all of us that we want to stay ahead of minimum wage. It's a goal for all of us that we want to make sure that our compensation is competitive, that we deal with compression. We want to reduce turnover. I mean, we value our employees, and they become more valuable to us the longer they stay with us and work with us. So we want to decrease turnover. We want to be able to improve recruiting. We want to get the best of the best because we think we're the best of the best here in Coconino County, and we want to get those people. So, I'm also absolutely in agreement with you. I know that there have been, and as the chair talked about, these have been unusual times. And Coconino County isn't the only one that's having difficulty with turnover and having difficulty with regards to recruitment. We know that. Having said that, it's a reality that we have to deal with and hopefully kind of push the odds in our favor. And I think one of the ways to push the odds in our favor, we've got a great benefits package. And Erica, you and your team have done a great job. And I think most people who work for the county are very pleased with the benefits. But the thing that stands out to people, even though the benefits may even affect them more, is their dollar, was what they're bringing home in their paycheck. And so it is important. And I have been convinced by the information that's been presented here from the staff that in fact we may be falling behind. And so I do think, and I would support, much like the chair has indicated, a mid-year compensation package. I do, however, and I know that Erica and your team, HR, has done an excellent job. You believe in fairness, you believe in parity. You're going to do that extra mile to make sure our classifications are good. I believe all of that is in fact going on. But I also know it's just good occasionally to get that outside look. So I don't think we need it now. I'd very much like to see that in the future, much as Supervisor Begay has indicated, both, in terms of industry report or industry study is also classification study. I don't think we need it now. The fact that we're looking at $1 an hour going forward and there's no end in sight, well, that may help us decide when we have reached, that competitiveness, and we may then, as a board, need to deal with that, because of course there are other concerns, and there are other things that are important for our county that we're going to need to look at. So I absolutely, if you're asking for direction, our county manager is asking for direction, I support moving forward with the mid-year compensation. I would like us in the future to do the study. It'd be great, and I know it takes a long time. It'd be great to have it done if we could before we look at everything next year, if that's at all possible. And I'm hopeful that this shows the board and our county's good faith to our employees. We value you. We want you to stay with us. We appreciate what you do for us. And I think it's what our statement to them and to our employees, what our commitment is. So with that, thank you, Chair.
Hieronyma, District 2.
Yes, thank you. No, I appreciate the presentation and totally understand the need to support our county employees based on the high price of living. Retention is a concern, and we definitely want to retain as many of our county employees as possible. So I'm in full agreement with doing the mid-year implementation, and I agree with Supervisor Horstman. I think we need to look at it further down the road, but at this time, I think it's the right move for us to support our county employees. So Thank you for all your service, all county staff.
All right. Okay, and District 4, Supervisor Brigade. Do we, she's so.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, okay, great. And we can hear you
Trying
loud
to
and
hide
clear.
my, I'm trying to hide my nose.
There you go. Sorry.
I already made my comments, I think, and I do fully support it. And I think it's about time we have to think about the retention, how we're going to retain our staff, and how, we're going to be there for them in time of need. We all went through a lot, and just basically a study and a desk audit, I think that would really help. It's helped some organizations. And, just like others said, we like to see that. It doesn't have to be like tomorrow, but I do support that. And so I just want to say thank you. Thank you again for all the staff. You're well appreciated. And I appreciate, we all appreciate you from the board of supervisors. And thank you for all the good job that you've done. And so that's about it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Judy. And we don't have Supervisor Fowler here. She had noted to me that she wouldn't be here, but she did. She's not here for direction, but she supported it conceptually. She knew this was coming forward on this. So Steve, a piece of it is you need to come back with a recommendation of how you would like to approach that. Understanding you're doing a lot of things right now, but we also you hear from the board. It would be good to put together an outside analysis at some point. So you need to come back with that.
We'll do that.
So you have direction that we can move forward on the mid-year at this point. Do you need anything else from the board?
Mr. Chair, you are posted for an action item. So just for the sake of the record, it would be good to have an action taken by the board. And then following, not today, but at probably the next board meeting, the finance department will prepare a budget amendment, a budget process amendment, and that you'll see that that provides the fund transfer to the right item. So,
okay,
for sake of for the purposes of today, your action on the proposal would be in order, sir.
Okay. Looks like we have Supervisor Horstman. I'd like to make the
Yes.
action. Go ahead.
And I'm going to, and please correct me if I'm wrong on this motion, but I am going to make a recommendation that we accept the recommendation from our county manager to do a mid-year adjustment to compensation in the form of a $1 an hour increase to each regular employee's base wage, and as an additional step to the grade 7 and 8 will increase by 75 cents an hour for the range rate. Is that the correct way to say that?
That's fine. Yes.
That would be my motion then.
Also, and then I want to second Patrice's motion by just adding the study and the desk audit for us to, that would be something that the county manager can pursue.
Okay, so Patrice, do you want to add that into your?
I will be happy to accept that as a friendly amendment, and that for the future that we will look into an outside salary comparison study and classification study.
Okay, and that captures what you intended in your second, correct, Judy?
Yes.
Okay. Any further questions or comments from the board? I'll probably want to comment just a moment, just for the sake of staff and for our staff that put this together. We all, you've heard it from the board. We certainly know how challenging it is. The cost of living's high here, the need that you have, and we certainly do value the professionalism that we have within the organization, and retention is also very important for us. So You can see the boards behind the intent of this, and we appreciate staff really looking at it. And for Siri, we're going to keep an eye on that long-term forecast as well. We are in unique times that we definitely need to keep an eye on both of these for what we're doing. It could mean in the future, for the sake of the board, that we will have other tough decisions that we need to make. But right now, we have a budget, as we had outlined, that we had the potential for. With that, any further comments or questions? You have an opportunity. Okay, if not, I'll call for the, go ahead, Hieronymo.
Once we approve this, how long will it take to implement?
We're looking at the last paycheck in pay period in December or the first pay period in January. So we'll go right into that area.
And for the elected officials, that's nothing for you. We have a set salary on them.
The legislature sets her salary.
That's right. It's been 17 years since that happened. All right. With that, I'll go ahead and no further comments. Call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Okay. We have a unanimous there on the decision. And you have the direction as you need, Steve.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Now, the next item that we have is, let's see, oh gosh.
So if I can add, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
So we have time, the next scheduled, and we scheduled this on a time certain, is at 2:45 to 4:15. 4:15, we have redistricting. It might be good, sir, if we want to finish roundtable and go over the planning calendar. I have a few comments to make, and then maybe squeeze in a small break before the 2:45 presentations.
Okay, yes, that's a great idea, Steve. I think everybody okay with that right now? I'm seeing head nods on that. So that gets us back to where we are. And if we had a rush roundtable, if you have additional pieces, we'll go back over and just see if anybody wants to check in on that. I don't have a comprehensive list of District 3. A lot of what I've been doing is being coordinated with Steve moving forward. He's been updating you with where we are, what we're doing in terms of preparing for these board meetings. I can note that we've had a chance to have individual meetings either with staff level and or as an outreach on the redistricting. I can hold those comments for when we get into the redistricting discussions that are going on. In the meantime, as noted by Supervisor Vasquez, I've been pretty engaged. So I'm the chair of the Rural Transportation Advisory Council. And so a lot of my efforts have been coordinating schedules associated with that. We had a great retreat that we were able to put items on the table, set directions for how to bring those items up and bring them to resolution, which is good for the organization. So that was our first day that we worked through. And as noted by Supervisor Vasquez, had an opportunity to, as we've been giving updates on Roundtable, if the legislature starts to break up and want to do transportation in one-time actions rather than a sustainable piece related to putting money into the current formulas, which is our highest priority. We always move forward with the formulas, and then we have it allocated through our distribution formulas. If they don't do that with surpluses and they move into a one-time discussion, we have a $50 million proposal for one time for our rural COGS and MPOs, allowing for the opportunity for the MAG and PAG, the larger metro areas, if they come up with a recommendation, they still have the capacity, if it's based on what the projections are and if the board and if the legislature behaves like that. One of the items that's in the 50 million is a Townsend Winona piece. There are other pieces that are in the COGS as for FMPO is looking at the Lone Tree piece. And there was an opportunity for each of the COGS and MPOs to do a presentation on what the recommendations were. For the NACOG, there were 7 different projects that were outlined in it. In the legislature, they were kind of coy. Part of the discussion was, depending upon where things go, it could go for education, as often is a piece of the discussion. It could be courts, it could be healthcare, it could be transportation, but we like what you put together. So that's about as far as we've been able to move that, but it gives an idea for board members to understand where we've gone. And then it's a revisit with your own, if you're in a representative role with the COGS or the MPOs. We do have our staff that participates on the technical advisory committees of each of those to bring forward recommendations as they relate specifically with Coconino County. So it's a whole regional effort, but it gives a broader understanding of what's going on. So now shifting away from RTAC and what transpired with that summit that occurred, I'm also the chair of NACOG's TPAC, Transportation Advisory Committee. And we got into similar discussions as it relates to that. For the future, not all jurisdictions were able to put in applications, even though a call went out for them and we had a deadline that we extended a little bit, but they didn't come forward. Our discussions are, we understand that some organizations are smaller, they're going to need additional staff help with what goes on. Not only that, but if the infrastructure, as Trey had discussed, if the infrastructure bill comes through, there will be a desire for other shovel-ready projects. So NACOG itself is lining up their own discussions of we need to develop a coordinated approach within NACOG to look at future ways of approaching this and potentially putting together a long-term plan so that when it comes to these one-time opportunities, how can we help position other organizations as well as other projects that weren't in the recommendation in there. So that's how we've moved forward with those discussions and recommendations, so that nobody's necessarily out, they're in there for conversation and opportunities for the future for that. And then we'll see how things pan out with our position of where we've gone with CSA. So then I'll throw on my hat of CSA. My next step, I'll go back to RTAC just for a half a second. So I did notify the RTAC board that with TPAC, we're going to be shifting into a chairman discussion, and I'm going to want to step out of the chairmanship of TPAC to allow for development of future leaders. I'll probably want to stay on that, but I'll bring that up with the board in the future, but not be a chairman of TPAC with NACOG. And in doing that, that removes me from eligibility of being the chairman of RTAC. And again, that's an opportunity for future leaders on it. I will remain present in transportation conversations, but there's a time for others to come forward and to step into these positions. And so just a heads up to the board that within the next 3 or 4 months, we'll have a transition of leadership that will occur with that. So now I'll swing into CSA. CSA meeting, we didn't have a meeting this month, but we are lining up for the November session. And with that, we'll get staff report as we get closer from CSA. I need to coordinate. I am the chair of the Medium County Caucus, and we will have an elections associated with that. My desired intent is I'm going to throw my name in there for 1 more year. so that we can help develop a future leader for the vice chairman position. But anybody, if they wish, they can always throw their name in to the hat. And I will bring that up to the CSA. We'll do an announcement that goes out to CSA, hey, this is coming up. We do have that opportunity. So there is always a potential that somebody will throw their name in for the hat for this and or for the position of vice chair. So just for the committees that I serve on and the ones I'm handling chairmanship, it helps our board understand where we are with that. You can always catch me offline if you have questions associated with that. As noted by, I forget who it was, I think it was Supervisor Horseman, we had the ability to be there for the grand opening of a restroom, a comfort station at Fort Todd Hill. And I like to say it brought us into the last century. We now have running water toilets out there. But just to note, it's the end of our whole C-Post projects. We're almost at the very end of that. It's one of the last projects, which was one of the first recommendations, that we improve the infrastructure at Fort Todd Hill that was falling apart, and that we work on facilities such as restrooms. And so to have one out there, we do have future planning to hopefully that we can take advantage of some of the money that's moving forward through grants to add on to need of restrooms in parks that we manage, and in this case Fort Todd Hill, that it's later than some of our other parks. Actually our first park that we really put a restroom in was the Louise Yellowman Park up in Julia City, and then move forward with one in Pumptown Swash to move them into the fairgrounds, where that's been the historic park that we've had with Fort Todd Hill. Dearly needed, and hopefully we can continue with the growth of activities that are occurring out there. And then let's see. I don't have an organized list for today. I think we've had enough that we're moving forward with. I think you can see Steve's been doing quite well on the chair side of things, of moving things forward. We will have an opportunity to pull ARPA aside and do additional work associated with that. And I think a piece of that is that we have a lot of big decisions. They're not easy to make. Other pieces are, we need additional discussion. And so I think that's really good for where we are with that. I think that's one last thing on District 3. I'm trying to reach out further with our communities, but a reminder, and it's not just District 3, it's for other areas in the Pine Belt. One of the last transfer stations that's open for green waste is the Willard Springs. It will be closed this weekend, so it's the last weekend, this Friday and Saturday, that people can get the needles off the ground. With the winds that have been blowing and the needles that are coming off in the fall, we strongly encourage people to clean their yards, get your waste out to Willard Springs, the green waste, to reduce the fire danger. Our highest public health and safety issue that we have out there is the threat from wildfire and potential flooding that we've seen as a result of wildfires. So if we can, we want to encourage people to go ahead and do that. And with that, that's the end of my District 3 report. Not much on the chairmanship. I didn't write a big list up this time. I'll try and work on that a little bit better for the future meeting. Let me just pause for a moment for the sake of board members. We did rush it the last time. Does anybody wish to add to their report that maybe you left something out associated with it? No from Patrice, no from Geronimo, and Judy. Let's see. Is Judy still out there?
Judy signed off, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
She'll be joining us for the next session at 2:45.
Okay, sounds good. So we'll swing into county manager's update, item 35.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm going to go through the planning calendar and Lindsay's going to pull that up for us. And again, this is for beginning next week. Don't see it anymore, Lindsay. There you go. So you'll see on the screen, we're talking November 2nd. October's already gone just about. Wow, that's freaky. Okay, so Kim is going to be with us to do a COVID update. Of course, we'll have the standing items for a roundtable. NAPTA Mountain Lion is going to be here to give us an update. We've not had an update for a while, so Kate and Heather from Mountain Lion will be here to do it. And I know that Supervisor Vasquez and Supervisor Begay sit on the Mountain Lion board. And so just to let you know that they'll be here next week. We are going to have more discussion on community development long-range plans, including renewable energy. And so that's been slated for 1:15 on the 2nd. Jay and Melissa will be here to present. We're going to look at this, the ARPA thing. We're going to find a different day. So we'll be able to find some time there. And then redistricting. We're going to talk later on today, but at least on the congressional legislative, part of that may be in draft for public comment based on what the IRC is going to be doing. But again, we're going to be talking more about that at the end of the year. So that's the agenda for the 2nd of November. Let me go back real quick. Are there any questions on the 2nd? Lindsay, you too, as in terms of anything we need to be looking at for scheduling purposes?
Just that we do have a start time currently of 9 o'clock. And so depending on the ARPA and pulling that out, if we still need that 9 o'clock versus 10 o'clock, I'll reach out and put that on the calendar.
And we may just want to consider a shorter than a 9-hour board meeting. Just saying, just thinking.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the 2nd. So on to the 9th. Well, and then ACO is the 9th through the 12th. So if board members are attending the Arizona Association of Counties meeting, please let us know so that we can do a quorum posting. So the ACO conference is the 9th through the 12th. The 9th, we are going to bringing back road districts policies as a discussion item. Lucinda's going to be teeing that up. Again, we're going to be looking at probably a different day for ARPA. And then City of Flag, Justina and the city housing team wants to come and do a presentation on the city housing plan. And they're in the process of making presentations throughout the community on the draft plan that's in play. Mr. Chair.
You go ahead, Patrice.
On November 9th, if in fact ARPA is coming out, are we still going to start at 1 or will that be a later start, Steve?
More than likely it's going to be, if we don't have anything for P&Z that night, do we, Lindsay?
Yes, we do have the Flagstaff Ranch.
Oh, I see it there. I forgot. I didn't see it.
So that has to be at the 6 o'clock.
Okay. So then we would start later instead of.
Yeah.
So Supervisor Horseman, we would start later in the day.
So not at 1, but
probably 3, depending on.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. So we can shrink that time. Okay, and then that evening, I didn't see the next page, but we do have Flagstaff Ranch amending CC&Rs on the agenda for that evening at 6:30. The 11th, we have an employee recognition event, and we'll do a quorum posting for that. And then on the 16th, we have, besides consent, we have a time certain date and time. The Auditor General will be coming and making a presentation on our 2020 audit. And you'll recall that as a result of statute change, there is a requirement that the Auditor General presents the report or the audit in an open regular session of the Board of Supervisors. And so that's going to be an in-person virtually a presentation. ARPA, depending on what that.
Hang on, Steve. Before you go on, Steve. So I'm going to be here. I'm going to tune in on this one, but I do need to give a little flag out there. This particular week and that particular meeting, other than that item, I will not be in attendance. We'll need vice chair to run the meeting. My daughter is having some surgery. That week, I'm on full-time in support. Throughout November, I will be hopping in and out of support associated with it. We have other family members, but if there's a greater need, I'll give a heads up to everybody. But just to put a little notice out there for the sake of this particular meeting, as well as the dynamics I'll be working through in November on that. All right, go ahead, Steve. Sorry.
That's fine. So it's November 16th. You can see we've included redistricting. Staff we'll be talking a little bit later, but we want to look at the 16th of November to present county scenario redistricting. But with Mr. Chair's absence, we're going to have to look at that date again because Mr. Chair needs to be here for that discussion. So it's good to know that we'll need to coordinate around that. So that is for the meeting of the 16th. Again, we're pretty far out. Things can change, things can be added. The December 10th, again, fairly, we just put standing items up there. But again, this is early. We'll probably be backfilling with more stuff. So anyway, that's the planning calendar going forward. If there's any, just like Mr. Chair reported, if there are any scheduling things we need to do with each of your board members' schedules, please let us know. Okay. A couple of other items, just before, just in general comments. We are sending best wishes to Pima County Administrator Chuck Huckleberry. Mr. Huckleberry was critically injured this past weekend in a bicycle accident in Tucson. And so we are, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors and the county team, sending him and his family best wishes on his recovery. But again, it was a pretty bad bike accident that he was involved in. So best wishes to Chuck. He's a great guy. And he would be saying, why all this fuss? Chuck is a great guy.
Right.
Send him all the best. Couple of other announcements. There were congratulations earlier today for Mr. Esler Musta and Mr. Musta. Esler, our friend, is transitioning from Public Works, where he's done amazing work with the team there. He's coming to the manager's office to assume the role of elections director and assistant county manager. Esler, we're going to do a formal appointment at the next meeting, just so the board can have that formal adoption of his appointment. But Esler has been with the county for quite a while. He's held a number of different key positions in facilities and IT, I think Parks and Rec maybe, but he's a really well-rounded individual, and he also served as our interim elections director for the 2020 election. And so we're happy to have him join to lead up and working hand in hand with the team and with Patty Hansen, our recorder, of course, putting a lot of effort into planning for elections. And he's already got some really great ideas about how we, work a very important function of government is elections. And so that experience is good. We are also looking at other recruitments in the manager's office, the executive assistant. We're still trying to find an individual to help us downtown with scheduling, and a couple other things that are in the process of taking place. One item of note, and I know I'm sorry, Supervisor Fowler is not with us today, but we've been working with her very closely with also Kane County on the change in the permitting process for the wave. And so, of course, we know the wave just on the Arizona side of the Arizona-Utah border. The BLM is changing the permit process, moving away from the in-person lottery to an online kiosk system. That's a big change. And every day you see a couple hundred people flock to Kanab to get in line for that lottery, and they're changing all that to an online system that's going to be going live in February. Big changes, and so working closely with Kane County Also the city of Page, Fredonia, some of the partners up there. Supervisor Fowler has been coordinating a lot of discussions there. So there'll be more to come because there'll be some changes with regard to some of the county functions as it relates to emergency response, also looking at other support that take place in that area. So that's a big change for that part of the county. And then beyond that, Mr. Chair, I think those were the highlights. Again, I'm here to answer any questions, or you have any follow-ups that myself or the staff can do, let me know.
All right. Pause for the board members. President, any questions or comments on that? All right. So if we don't have that, and we finished up on the roundtable piece, both of our next items are time certain, as we heard. Wow, this is our first opportunity in a while. We had Sue Brown popping up for a second here. Sue, did you want to comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. County Manager Peru, I apologize. I just wanted to add one quick thing. I know Supervisor Begay likely spoke to the third annual Tribal Veterans Symposium that's going to be happening on Veterans Day on the 11th and 12th at Twin Arrows. But I just wanted to mention that we're putting together some bags of information and any products you may have that advertise some of our programs. And Felice Weems in our office is going to be putting those together for that event. And just wanted to offer up to any of the districts if there's any particular information that you would like to make available for those bags. Felice will be collecting it, and to please let her know. That's it.
Right.
Sorry for that ad. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll follow up with you, Sue, on that. But just noting, typically I go to Sedona's Veterans Day celebration because my daughter. I won't be going to that one, but that's an activity, and some of our other communities also have independent activities. So just noting your points, that might be an opportunity to engage with each board member in that one. On that. Okay. Anything else coming from staff level? Not seeing it.
No, sir.
And then not seeing it from board level. First time in a while, we have an opportunity to take a break, a little extra time, but we are due back at 2:45 so that we can have our presentation, joint presentation by the county and the city on the regional sustainability and climate change initiatives. So we'll take a break until then. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Amanda, if you can hear me, I'm trying to promote you, but you need to accept being a panelist.
There you go. Oh.
Okay.
That's great. She made it.
Let's see. I see Patrice out there. And Geronimo, are you out there? You just popped down on the screen.
Present, Mr. Chair.
Where's Geronimo? Fantastic. And so we have Supervisor Beginning, Supervisor Fowler are in and out of meetings. They're working on other issues as well. Currently, let me just double check. I don't see Judy out there. Is that correct?
I will text her to let her know we're starting.
Okay. She may join us, but she's also working on another issue, so she may step out also. And similar with Supervisor Fowler at this point. So with that, we have a quorum present, so we're reconvening for today's session. And the next item that we have up is item number 39. This is a discussion and joint presentation from Coconino County and the city of Flagstaff, cities of Flagstaff and Sedona regarding the regional sustainability climate change initiatives. And I know for presenters, we have County Sustainability Manager Amanda Aitchison. That'll be present with City of Flagstaff Sustainability Manager Nicole Antonopoulos and Mackenzie Jones from the City of Sedona. But I believe we're going to have, I'll turn to Steve first, but I think Jay will be popping out first. Go ahead, Steve.
Yes, I don't believe Jay's with us today, but
Okay.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, we're fortunate today to have a great team of individuals who are passionate about many things related to sustainability and climate change and all the consequences from that. So Amanda, of course, has been with the county for a number of years. It's a pleasure to have her with us today to present a lot of the work that she's been doing with her colleagues from the City of Flagstaff and City of Sedona. So I think without further ado, I will turn it over to Amanda, Mr. Chair, with your permission.
All right, please. Thank you, Steve. Amanda, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Ryan. Thank you, County Manager Peru. And good afternoon to everyone, members of the board and everyone who's on here. I'd like to thank you for your time and your ongoing support. Today, we are excited to share and discuss, as I share my screen, which would be helpful. And then let me.
Yeah, go ahead and go to presentation mode.
There we go. How does that look?
Perfect.
So as I was saying, we're excited to be here today to present on regional sustainability and climate change mitigation and adaptation efforts. As County Manager Peru, I mentioned this is a joint presentation with the cities of Flagstaff and Sedona. I want to thank Nicole Antonopoulos and Mackenzie Jones for joining us today and being a part of this important work session with the Board of Supervisors. And before we dive into today's presentation, I'd like to take a minute to introduce our county sustainability team. So we do have some new members of the board. So I wanted to provide a little bit of background. So as Steve said, I've been fortunate to be with the county for almost 15 years. I am very proud to be the first program manager and now sustainability manager for all of Coconino County. Next is Nina Schmidt, our sustainability specialist. Nina's been with us for over 5 years and is also the first person to hold her position in Coconino County. And then we have Marty Johnson, who is our sustainability aide. She started just in March of 2020, right as we were getting ready to shut down with the pandemic. So she has been doing a great job these last couple of years helping to run our green team and many of our programs. And all three of us are proud Masters of Sustainable Community graduates, alumni from NAU. And again, a shout out to Supervisor Geronimo Vasquez's dad for being a mentor to us in that program. And then we could not do the work we do without the ongoing support of you, the board, by our volunteers and community members. We have been, since the beginning when I started, strongly intern powered. We have over 35 interns that have served with us over the 15 years. Many have gone on to run successful programs. I work in organizations, teach, and work in construction. I'm excited to highlight 3 that we have working with us right now. Kyle Bleeker is a retired military veteran and started a new career and started at the community college and joined us as an intern last year. And just recently graduated. Veronica Gox is our newest intern from the community college. She was so inspired by building her off-grid straw bale house in the Valley area, which is now not called that. And she was so inspired, she started a new career. So she's now going to community college for her associate's degree in green building sustainability. And then last but not least, John Beretta is a wonderful success story. So John joined us a couple of years ago as an intern while he was at CCC, another aspiring career changer. And he went on to NAU and graduated, and he just rejoined our team a couple of months ago, helping us serve the community with sustainable building consultations and project certification. And then I also wanted to say thank you to our community partners and advocates of the County Sustainable Building Citizens Advisory Committee. Folks from that committee have been invited to today's presentation, and they are the backbone of the work we do. As well as thank you to NAU and CCC for being in attendance today. With today's presentation, we're going to, again, present a little bit about climate change, why it's such an important topic for us to be discussing today, as well as addressing as a collective and collaborative effort. And on that note, then first Nicole will present for the City of Flagstaff, and then Mackenzie Jones for the City of Sedona. Then I will highlight some of the state, federal, indigenous, and global efforts around sustainability and climate change adaptation and action. And then move into what the county staff have identified with the support of the Green Team and other department representatives from like facilities and public works as goals for us for moving forward. And we would like to conclude with the board's feedback, directions, and any questions there might be. So Coconino County has a long and ongoing commitment to community and environmental stewardship. This is seen in our mission and our vision. as well as through many plans and codes that have been adopted. Our county comprehensive plan speaks specifically to set goals, adopted goals by the board and county leadership for our actions for sustainability and climate change adaptation and action. So it gives us a great framework to build from. The county has also been a leader in developing several programs and partnerships and that have gone on to become nonprofits like the Coconino Plateau Water Advisory Council, SETI, Willowbend, which is for us a great place to teach sustainable building and living from its very own building and structure. I'd like to start off with how Coconino County defines sustainability. And for us, it is about diversity, equity, and inclusion as a holistic approach to sustaining everybody's needs now and into the future. And sustainability processes help us meet our collective needs. And it requires diverse approaches with inclusive practices. And unfortunately, social and economic environmental systems are have the hardest impact. Our climate change impacts have the impacts on those who are disadvantaged and underrepresented. And so our work in sustainability needs to be equitable, it needs to be inclusive and diverse so that we can be the best in serving all of our communities. Some great successes of our county. So we have done great things with our facilities, saving energy, saving water, saving gas. And the picture on the bottom left is a infographic that we've developed in partnership with the county facilities. And it highlights how much energy and water we've saved from a 2009 to 2019 time period. And part of that was through also the installation of solar on 4 of our county facilities, offsetting a third of our electricity consumption through clean, renewable energy sources, as well as helping to save the county and our community over $2.5 million over 25 years. So just a tremendous impact. And our efforts don't stop with our facilities. We also partnered with Solar United Neighbors, City of Flag, City of Sedona in creating a neighborhood solar cooperative. So this was extremely successful. We had I believe over 85 participants in this or 82, there we go, participants in this program, and have brought in quite a bit of opportunity for our local solar companies, as well as a lot of revenue in permitting through that. But a big benefit is that this co-op allows for people to buy solar in bulk and save money and make it more affordable for community members to go that way. And then as you all have seen and heard, we started our EV fleet transition with 2 Chevy Bolts, and we've been doing ride and learns throughout Coconino County, going to different departments and showcasing them, helping our county staff become familiar with these. And then we also showcase them to community members so that they get a chance to see it. They don't get a chance to drive it, but see and learn from our experience as well. And then we're also working to install EV chargers on county facilities throughout Coconino County that are also accessible for community members. We also I did a great so Fort Tut Hills Sustainable Water Management Plan was a fabulous opportunity to take a challenge and make it a collaborative and useful approach to finding solutions. So decreasing our water consumption at Fort Tut Hill County Park by 1 million gallons annually. And this plan has achieved that and beyond, and it becomes a model and a tool for other county facilities moving forward. And last but not least, I'd like to highlight our county green team. This was started over 15 years ago by Scott Richardson, our county purchasing manager. It's an internal staff voluntary green team. And the green team are our advocates, our ambassadors of sustainability throughout the organization. They are the folks that help us put on the county Earth Days, as well as a lot of educational events and programs. And I wanted to highlight that Marty Johnson has recently developed an internet sustainability page where all this information is available for everyone to see and to use for their needs. And we are all Marty's also working to create a sustainability website for community members in Coconino County. But we're starting with an internal intranet page and then moving out more broadly. And on that intranet page, I want to highlight that we have an awesome presentation from one of our county assessors, Marco Alator, who is a retired science teacher and also a huge advocate and participant in regional climate change awareness and mitigation efforts. And he did a presentation for us on Climate Change 101. So if you'd like to learn more about the science and the impacts, that is available on the internet. And thanks, Marco. But even with our successes, there's increased urgency to ramp up our efforts at all levels, from the individual, community, local, state, and global. And our collective actions have a collective impact. So that is one of the things that, highlighting today with our regional efforts and our jurisdictional efforts. None of us live in a biosphere by ourselves. And for Flagstaff to be successful, Coconino County needs to be a partner, and for Sedona to be successful, Coconino County needs to be a partner, and for Coconino County to be a partner or be successful, we need all of our partners, because we're in this all together at a federal level as well. And so there's been an executive order for tackling the climate crisis, and that has then led to a lot of actions at a federal level. Locally, why climate change action? We're seeing it in our county and in our cities throughout Coconino County, from drought to fire to floods. And this creates millions of dollars of impact, as well as the ongoing stress, drama, and trauma that comes with these natural disasters. And so climate action and mitigation, they are tools for addressing and finding solutions to these increased natural disasters and climate crises. And again, the impacts are the greatest for those underserved populations. At a global level, we're seeing nothing or very similar to our area, droughts and heat swings in places that have never had it, like Seattle, and fires, and all these things lead to instability and insecurity, and as areas become less inhabitable, it creates a climate migration situation. And as aging infrastructure, housing shortages, and limited resources are already a challenge. Migration, it compounds on those challenges. So if we are able to get in front of it and help to adapt and respond, we can help to mitigate those negative impacts. Climate change isn't just about the environment and protecting the environment. It's about our economic resources as well. It's about our health. And it's not just our health from breathing in the smoke from forest fires or burns, or increased heating temperature or heat and increased swings and variations in temperatures. But there's a lot of information and science behind the mental impacts of climate change and climate crises. And I know that all of us are working hard to address mental health and well-being, especially coming out of a pandemic. Well, climate change has a tremendous impact too. And so by being able to get out in front of it and start to create support systems and response systems and plans for action like the American Public Health Association has done, it provides us tools for the most efficient and effective response and action. The IPCC, which is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, is the United Nations body for assessing the science related to climate change. It was set up in 1988 by the World Meteorological Organization and United Nations Environment Program to provide policymakers and other policymakers with the regular assessments of scientific basis of climate change, its impacts on future risks, and options for adaptation and mitigation. They just recently came out with a special report that talks about our human impact on climate change in particular. And the report shows that we've, by human actions, increased the temperature of our climate over 1 degree Celsius. And we're on rate to increase it to 2 degrees Celsius. And so what that means is we're seeing tremendous impacts at like a 1.2 degree Celsius increase. And according to the science reports, the trajectory is over 2 degree Celsius increase. And that then would compound on all these negative impacts we're experiencing and create what's called a tipping point. So if we don't have immediate and effective response, these fires release carbon into the environment. And then that then makes it hard for our natural systems to sequester the environment. They become overloaded with carbon. And then food production isn't as sturdy and stable. So it just has a compounding effect on all of these things. And so they are saying we need climate action to get to carbon neutrality by 2050 to decrease the tremendous impacts of this. But there's hope. Through people, we find hope. Through action, hope is built upon. Today we get to hear from 2 local jurisdictions that have done a tremendous effort and great work in involving their organizations and communities in addressing climate needs and actions. And with that, I'd first like to introduce Nicole Antonopoulos the Sustainability Director for the City of Flagstaff. And I will be moving the slides for Nicole, but she will be the one presenting.
Great. Good afternoon. Thank you, Amanda. And good afternoon, supervisors, county manager, Nicole Antonopoulos, Sustainability Director of the City of Flagstaff. I'm here this afternoon to share with you the city's commitment.
Oh, sorry, Nicole.
Oh, no, that's okay. The city's commitment to carbon neutrality. Next slide. I believe we have one, if you go back a slide, Amanda, please.
Okay.
Thank you. So the City Council declared a climate emergency in June of 2020, and this was a result of a citizen initiative. The climate emergency identified 8 key actions. And the first is to dramatically increase an ambition to fight climate change. The second commits the city to a transition and climate emergency mobilization effort. The third task commits to educating residents, especially our youth. The fourth is to underscore the need for full community participation. And the fifth is to commit to keeping vulnerable communities at the forefront of decision making. And this moves us into joining a nationwide call for mobilization. And over 2,000 governments around the world have already declared a climate emergency. The seventh main point in the climate emergency declaration is to advance goals of climate action and adaptation plan that the City of Flagstaff Council adopted in November of 2018. And it also targets a carbon neutrality goal of the year 2030 for the Flagstaff community, not just the city organization. And then it also calls on all governments to initiate a transition. And the idea behind this is putting pressure on other municipalities, states, and federal governments to take climate action. Since the climate emergency declaration was declared, city staff, technical experts, and community members have been investing their time, expertise, and opinions on the development of the carbon neutrality plan. More than 2,600 people contributed to this evolving framework for action, which will help guide Flagstaff in how we respond to the climate emergency and strive towards carbon neutrality by the year 2030. The framework is centered around 4 key factors. 1, that carbon neutrality is motivated by urgency. This is due to the international consensus on the need for urgent action. And 2, the catastrophic consequences of no action. The second factor is that carbon neutrality is very prescriptive. Our approach in the carbon neutrality plan is guided by science and best practices. And I have to emphasize that we don't have a lot of choices when we're talking about how we can get to carbon neutrality. The third factor is that this is an investment in our future, because we know that the cost of climate change is incredibly expensive and that inaction will cost a lot more than action. And finally, that carbon neutrality is supported by market leaders. The market is heading towards carbon neutrality. As we have already been seeing, there is and will continue to be opportunity for innovation and partnerships moving forward. This framework for action will be fostered by leadership, necessary action, persistence, and innovation. Next slide. The 3 overarching goals of the carbon neutrality plan are derived from the resolution that was brought forward by the Flagstaff community, which I just mentioned, the 8 key targets in that resolution. But the first goal of the carbon neutrality plan is to achieve carbon neutrality by the year 2030. So first, we need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 44% by the year 2030. Then we will need to use carbon dioxide removal as a key strategy to balance any remaining greenhouse gas emissions to achieve carbon neutrality. The second goal is about adaptation, and that is to prepare the Flagstaff community for change. This will help us be more resilient to the climate changes already taking place in northern Arizona. And the third goal is about Flagstaff community members who will be most impacted by climate change. We want to focus on protecting them from the worst impacts of climate change and ensure that the costs and benefits of action are equitably distributed among all community members. Next slide. So for carbon neutrality, we need to rethink our neighborhoods, how we use our land, how we get around our town, as well as how we relate to each other and concepts of equity and resilience. We need to rethink our energy sources and what fuels we use in our homes and our vehicles, and where our electricity comes from. We also need to rethink our consumption and how much we use, both of energy and material goods. And then finally, our commitment, which is how we balance this all out and actually get to carbon neutrality. Next slide. So here in the city, 50% of our greenhouse gas emissions come from operating our buildings. Therefore, we must reduce our building emissions, and this will require making them more efficient so they consume less energy. This will require making it so that energy that buildings do consume comes from cleaner resources. This is a known best practice. 30% of our emissions come from the transportation sector. Therefore, we must reduce our transportation emissions. This will require transforming our community so that it becomes one that requires less driving. This will also require making the transition so that the driving that does happen is cleaner. Another known best practice. And then at least 15% of our emissions come from waste and consumption. And I say at least because our current inventory methodology does not capture the embedded emissions in the products that we consume. Therefore, reducing our emissions from waste will require reducing consumption and producing less waste. This will also require managing the emissions from the waste that we do produce. The approaches above are the same approaches being used by cities all around the world. When we research climate plans and carbon neutrality plans of other cities and leaders around the world, these are essentially all the same, though perhaps packaged or reframed some. The carbon neutrality plan that the city passed really is a middle of the road framework for action. It could have been much more aggressive, but this version is the intersection of technical expertise, best practices, and input from the Flagstaff community. Next slide. So diving into the four focus areas of the carbon neutrality plan. When we discuss strengthening our neighborhoods, we are focusing on creating resilient communities and networks, creating more equitable systems in policy and programmatic development, decreasing our dependence on cars. When we discuss cleaning our energy sources, we're focusing on advancing electric mobility, using cleaner electricity and generating cleaner electricity, as well as building fuel switching, so shifting away from natural gas. Next slide. And when we discuss managing our consumption, we're focusing on better management of consumption and waste. And finally, we will work to uphold our commitment by relying on carbon dioxide removal to get us to that 56% in our strategy toolbox for carbon emissions. Next slide. So, Board of Supervisors, it's been 4 months since the City of Flagstaff passed our carbon neutrality plan. Staff hit the ground running. Actually, we hit the ground sprinting and are currently working on a number of initiatives. We are focusing right now on developing a financial plan. We are working with financial experts to develop this investment and cost avoidance scenario. And this is a really big question, one that we received a lot in speaking with the community of how we are going to pay for all this. We do have an implementation schedule in the carbon neutrality plan. And what we focus on is what we can do now with our resources that we have and what we can do with fiscal opportunities that have and will continue to present themselves. All the while, the community will help us decide on funding mechanisms as well as the City Council. We are bringing forward a major amendment to the regional plan that will align the climate change policies in the regional plan with City Council's carbon neutrality goals. The amendment is currently in the public review period and will be presented to the City Council for a vote on December 7th. We are also working diligently to provide as many resources to the Flagstaff community. It's critical that we foster and grow confidence in climate action, and we are kicking this off by collecting more information about Flagstaff businesses, their needs, and actions that they're already taking to support the city's climate work. We have a lot of work ahead of us, and we hope that we can look to our regional partners in the county, as well as the city of Sedona, and our large employers in the Flagstaff community to join us in striving towards a carbon neutrality goal of 2030. Next slide. And I would like to take this opportunity to encourage everyone to get involved. Sustainability staff are more than happy to meet with our community members, any elected officials, to talk about what opportunities there are to join the city of Flagstaff in becoming a carbon neutral region. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. We did allow for some time in between Nicole's and Mackenzie's presentations for any clarifying questions the board may have with regards to Nicole and then Mackenzie's presentation. So with that, is it okay if I pass it to you, County Manager Peru, or Chairman Ryan?
So yeah, we could pause for a moment because there are a lot of information here. So we'll see if any of the board members at this point have questions, and they might ask now, or we might ask at the end here. But let's pause for the board members. So I can't see everybody while we have the display up there. You got to give me a heads up if you're waving your hand or wanting to ask questions. But now I see you.
I would like to make some comments, but I'm going to wait till, I'd love to hear from the city of Sedona first, and then love to ask questions, make some comments.
Okay. Geronimo, back with you, or do you have something right now?
Oh, I was just going to say, I appreciate the information. It was a lot, and I'm just still digesting it, and it's going to take a minute before I have something to share. But I also want to hear the Sedona presentation first, and then I'll make some comments on both. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Fantastic. Okay.
Well, with that, then we'll go ahead and continue. Next, I'd like to introduce our friend and colleague, Mackenzie Jones from the city of Sedona. She is their sustainability manager, and they just recently developed a community and organizational climate action and adaptation plan, and I'm excited to have her share their experiences. With that, pass it over to Mackenzie.
Thank you, Amanda, and thank you, Board and County Manager Peru. I'm Mackenzie Jones. I'm the Sustainability Manager for the City of Sedona, and I'm excited to be here today to discuss these important topics with you all. Next slide. So as you all know, Sedona is one of the most beautiful places on earth, and we're proud to work there. I think that we hear from our residents all the time that that this is, the natural environment is why they choose to live in Sedona. And as a result, it is a top priority for our residents to protect that natural environment. Next slide, please. I was hired by the city of Sedona in 2018 to start our first sustainability program. And so we're a much younger program than Flagstaff or Coconino County, but we've accomplished quite a lot in the last 3 years. And Amanda, I'm not seeing the slide progress. I don't know if. But as I mentioned, this is something that we have heard. Sorry, go ahead, Amanda.
I was saying I turned my video off, and I think that then messed it up. I apologize. Let me share again.
And I'll just keep going while you're doing that. we do know that, thank you, Amanda, that the Yale University does climate opinion polling every year, and we know that 2/3 of Coconino County residents are concerned or worried about climate change. This tracks with what we've heard from Sedona residents in our own surveys as well. So we just have heard that repeatedly. And our community plan prioritizes policies and actions by the government and citizens that enhance our natural and built environments, create a diversified economy, improve individual and collective quality of life, and create an educated, equitable, and prosperous community. We are just kicking off our update to our community plan, but these are the same things that we do hear over and over again from our residents. Next slide. I know both Amanda and Nicole have touched on this, but we know that the climate is changing, temperatures are increasing, they're going to continue to increase. We're already seeing those warmer temperatures, more severe drought, more intense storms, increased wildfire and smoke risk, increased damage from pests, more severe erosion and lower water quality. And we don't even have to wait until 2050 for that to happen. Next slide, Amanda. So what do these changes mean? They mean, more extreme heat and drier conditions, more intense rainstorms, which we're also seeing, and potential for less tourism. We, for instance, see when we close the forests during the fires last summer, that definitely impacts tourism as well. And next slide, Amanda. So what's at risk? Really everything that matters to us. Our forest health, our water supply, our land use and infrastructure, affordable and workforce housing, public health, our food supply, and of course, tourism and our economy. And next slide. So what is the city's role? We get asked this a lot. What can a town of 10,000 people do in the face of global climate change? And we really view our role as our opportunity is to lead by example for our residents and throughout the Verde Valley. We can demonstrate what's possible for other communities that don't necessarily have as many resources. So we have the ability to kind of be a living laboratory and really try different things to reduce our consumption. And then we have the ability in our own markets, so in the Verde Valley, to send market signals. For instance, we know, that when I as an individual buy an electric vehicle, it's not going to maybe make a local dealership hire somebody to service EVs, but when the city transitions our 70 fleet vehicles, then you can be sure that our local dealerships are going to start paying attention. And then we have the opportunity to support residents with policies, education, infrastructure. And as both Amanda and Nicole have noted, we also have that role of centering equity and addressing historic wrongs. And next slide, please. So I'll focus on some of those community-wide climate action efforts to start. Next slide. So our plan is focused on mitigating Sedona's greenhouse gas emissions, as well as preparing for climate change impacts. We kicked off our climate action plan I think we were scheduled to start it April 8th of 2020. It was excellent timing. It turns out it's a great time to do a climate action plan, is right in the middle of a global pandemic. So we learned very quickly and had to take our process online. And thank you to Amanda for serving on our climate action plan advisory committee. But we just wrapped that plan up this past summer, a few months ago, and our council adopted the plan in July of 2021. Next slide. So the focus areas are transportation and land use, water and natural resources, community resiliency, waste and consumption, and then buildings and energy. Next slide. And similar to Flagstaff, we our council also set our target is a 50% reduction in community-wide greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, which is a very ambitious target and is on track with what the federal government is proposing, as well as what we recognize to be a science-based target. And next slide, please. So what does that mean? What does reducing our community-wide greenhouse gas emissions by 50% in really what's about 8.5 years mean? It means that we need to significantly reduce vehicle miles traveled. So how often people are driving their cars and how far, that we need to reduce our building energy demand. I know Nicole touched on a lot of these things. The same things are going to be true for Sedona. They impact us a little bit differently because we have different infrastructure and different industries and things like that. We need to dramatically increase our renewable energy generation, increase the share of electric vehicles on the road, and reduce landfill organic waste. Next slide. And then our climate action plan prioritizes strategies and actions that ensure the inclusion of disadvantaged populations and promote equity in the distribution of benefits and burdens. And I know both Amanda and Nicole have touched on this a bit. For us, we did, the city of Sedona partnered with Northern Arizona Interfaith Council on a grant to engage the immigrant community in Sedona. And because we'd seen, I think, what many people see, which is just they're significantly underrepresented in our city planning processes. And so we partnered with community organizers to train community leaders on climate action, and also kind of reach out and understand what the obstacles were to climate action. And the main thing that we see, as you can see in this picture, was sidewalks. So sidewalks are really, really, really important. And they're actually, I think, one of the most important things you can do to make it safe for people to walk to school, to walk to work. And so that's just one of the many things that we heard from the immigrant community in Sedona. We also had spin-off conversations on economic development and policing and energy retrofits, transit, all sorts of good things. So it's been a really productive and exciting project for us. Next slide. So now I'm going to focus on what the city of Sedona has been doing over the last 3 years to reduce our impact. Next slide. So we adopted our municipal sustainability plan in early 2020, which had 6 organizational goals, including being resilient, carbon neutral, water smart, zero waste, supporting our thriving municipal lands in Oak Creek, and as well as being a healthy workplace. Next slide. So our first focus was on renewable energy and energy efficiency. We've conducted facility upgrades that resulted in almost 20% decrease in electricity use year over year, as well as constructed 150 kilowatt solar carports at City Hall in partnership with APS. And this year we're on track to source 100% renewable energy for the organization in partnership with APS by the end of the fiscal year. So that's really exciting as well. Next slide. We, similar to Flagstaff and Coconino County, also adopted new building codes with provisions for solar and electric vehicle readiness. And I think this is a great example of, I know for me, it was early on in my time with the city of Sedona, and both Amanda and Nicole and the staff at both the county and the city were great resources for us as a local government navigating that and really understanding, which type of EV readiness code and things like that were appropriate for the city of Sedona. So it's just one of the many ways that we rely on each other for support. And then this year, we'll also be launching a low-income home weatherization program. We actually just released our requests for information. And next slide. For transportation, we are taking, actually hoping to finalize in the next 2 to 3 weeks our green fleet policy, which would focus on getting our fleet to carbon neutral. And then we have transitioned 9 gas fleet vehicles to hybrid or electric, and we're actually in talks with our police department right now to bring on our first all-electric pursuit rated vehicle for patrol. Not that we have a need for a lot of pursuit in Sedona, but nonetheless, they like to have those vehicles. So we're working with our police department on that as well, as our police fleet actually takes up like many people's, takes up a significant portion or makes up a significant portion of our emissions as an organization. And then we installed 6 public electric vehicle charging stations in partnership with APS. We have an additional 8 on the way, including a DC fast charging station, which is really exciting for us because we currently do not have any DC fast charging stations in Sedona. Next slide. We'll be rolling out hybrid trailhead shuttles on March of this upcoming year, which we're really excited about. I think anyone who's been involved in Sedona knows that traffic is a real challenge for us. We're being loved to death a little bit. And so we've been working on really ensuring that it's easy for people to get out of their cars and access trailheads. And then we are also developing a battery electric bus transit system. We hired a new transit administrator who's fantastic, Robert, and he's been working on that right now as well. So next slide. And then at the same time, we are also rapidly expanding our bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure throughout the community to make sure that it is safe and easy for people to get around the community on foot or on bike. Next slide. So we also are focused on water quality and conservation. Similarly, our facility upgrades resulted in a 16% decrease in water use. We eliminated the use of glyphosate or Roundup in city operations, which is something we've heard a lot about from our residents and is also an extra priority for us all because of the need to protect Oak Creek. And then we conduct watershed cleanups and education. Next slide. And we also are participating on the Sustaining Flows Council with the Yavapai Apache Nation and our other neighbors throughout the Verde Valley to ensure that we have flows in the Verde River. And then for waste and consumption, we hosted our first Fix-It clinic. We've instituted ongoing annual hazardous waste and electronics collection. We installed 5 water bottle refill stations, and we actually have another 6 on the way in the next few months. Next slide. And we'll be launching community compost drop-off and green waste collection this year, as well as composting green waste from city operations and events. Next slide. And then from a resiliency perspective, we completed our first municipal and community-wide greenhouse gas emissions. We partnered with NOAA to develop a climate profile for the Verde Valley. And then we are developing efforts to train our residents in emergency preparedness and roll out a FireWise volunteer program as well. And I think this is actually another great example of an area where we can partner with Coconino County. I think that emergency management piece is a really key portion, especially I know that we found from the Arizona Republic after the Paradise Fire ranked all of towns in the West for their vulnerability of catastrophic wildfire. And Sedona is frankly at an extraordinarily high risk and much more so than Paradise was. So making sure that our residents can both prevent catastrophic wildfire and then also respond to it if necessary is a top priority for us as well. And next slide, please. I think that's it. Great. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you all have.
All right. Swing up to the opportunity for the board to ask questions. And let me see, I need to dial up the board members here. Looks like Supervisor Horstman's up and ready to roll. Go ahead, Patricia.
Yes, and you know, basically there's probably a million questions to ask, but obviously this is a lot of information. And what I will say just generally is that I really appreciate getting the update. I've been somewhat following what, more than somewhat, I've been following what the City of Flagstaff has been doing on their very stated goal of carbon neutrality. I didn't know what Sedona was doing, and so this is great, Mackenzie, to get an update on that and to see that what our neighbor to just south of us is doing to really affect a change in our community and in here in Coconino County. And you know, you're exactly right. And I know Amanda said this, we're all in this together. And not just in Coconino County. I mean, we are literally all in this together. And certainly we need to play our part here in Coconino County. If we aren't part of the solution, and if we aren't working together towards a solution, then we are the problem. And, you know, certainly Coconino County has a long history of a commitment to environmental stewardship. I think we can all be proud of that. But I also think it's important, and quite frankly, the City of Flagstaff threw down the gauntlet for us. You know, it's time we all up our game. And I would agree that Coconino County should be looking at exactly that, and should be looking at a very stated goal about reducing carbon, both you know, in Coconino County. I think we do lead by example, and I think to a degree Coconino County has been. I think Amanda, you indicated, you know, that we're trying to reduce our carbon footprint in our facilities, use of solar, decreased use of gasoline, looking to electric vehicles. But I think it's really good to make a goal, you know, to have a stated goal in mind. And so as we look to the future, when we look to our master plan, our facilities plan, as we look to our vehicle fleet, as we look, quite frankly, to our zoning ordinances, and as we move forward as a county, I think that we need to also look forward to have a committed, stated goal in mind. And so I appreciate you bringing this information forward, giving us more details on what is being done. And quite frankly, I know the county has been the leader in so many innovative ideas and innovative projects and in sustainability. You know, I'd like us to look at that, you know, at that next level and come up with a stated goal. Unfortunately, I have no guidelines. I have no path, but I think we need to take a look at that as we move forward here in Coconino County, and look to the expertise of our wonderful staff who have a great commitment to this, and you know, to make sure that what we do is equitable, that we maintain social and environmental justice as we move forward, because certainly climate change and sometimes the effects of climate change and sometimes the way we deal with climate change does have a disparate impact on marginalized groups and, quite frankly, people below the poverty line. So anyway, I really appreciate you bringing this together. I hope this is the beginning of a discussion moving forward. And, you know, again, thank you for your commitment and your time on this.
Oh, is it my turn? Okay. Hello.
Either that or I've left the chair absolutely speechless, Geronimo. I'm not sure.
I guess I'll just jump in since he's muted. So first off, I'd just like to say great presentation. I really appreciate seeing how the various institutions are doing sustainability, how things are really sinking. And I really appreciated the 50% carbon neutrality goal by 2030. My question for it was, is that based on what's being done right now in your communities or in the different communities, or is it what needs to be done to get there? Because it seems to me like if we're just doing what we're doing right now, that 50%, I don't think we can get. I'm not sure. I guess what I'm asking is, under our current policies, will we reach that 50%? And if not, what's our projected carbon neutrality print in 2030 if we just stay as is right now and don't change anything else?
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. So it is not a target that reflects where we are right now. It's a target that reflects where we need to be to prevent further catastrophic climate change. And so I think for us in Sedona, and what we do know, I think sometimes people say, you know, the technology isn't there yet or something along those lines. We have the technology needed to get there. It's a question of it's more of a human question, right? Which is always a challenge. And in Sedona in particular, we have, and this is obviously true of Flagstaff and Coconino County as well, but in Sedona, we have some real constraints of not managing, for instance, 179 and 89. We are surrounded by national forests. We're very built out. Like there are significant challenges to meeting that target, but is definitely physically possible. So our council has really put their money where their mouth is, and has dramatically grown the program in just under 3 years. And they knew we started having conversations about the target back in January, and they understood that there would be financial implications to taking this on. And what we have seen is they gave us 2 additional staff members. So there's now 3 staff members in the sustainability program in Sedona, as well as additional funding to roll out robust programs. And then they've also already really made significant financial commitments to both rolling out an all-electric or electric transit system, as well as bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. So we are seeing a significant commitment and movement from the Sedona City Council on that. I would also say that I think we talk about things being expensive, at least for us, and this has been true with a study out of University of Dayton, that transitioning our fleet to all electric so far, and based on the projections, saves us massive quantities of money. So, and this is something that I think even if climate change is not an issue, it definitely is the first thing to make the most sense. And that we've seen even just in, switching a few vehicles and installing fleet telematics software that we're already saving significant money on a monthly basis. So it doesn't always have to be very expensive, I guess.
Great, thank you. And I just wanted to say, like, I really appreciate the thought into what's going into these sustainability plans, because like it or not, the climate is changing, things are getting worse, more intense. And so we need to be adaptable. And while that does create some crises and some difficulties at times, it also presents an opportunity to change the paradigm, to make that paradigm shift and really take the lead in creating a sustainable path forward. So I really commend all 3, the cities, Sedona, Flagstaff, and the Coconino County for your efforts, and look forward to seeing how we develop moving forward. Thank you.
All right. So I'll go ahead and hop on and many thoughts. I came in on here on the board as I would say an environmental bigot, but also I've over time, in order to get there, as noted, technology is there, but there are a lot of social issues that we need to work our way through. I've been there with Sedona. We had a transit rolling alone, then it was tossed aside. Now it's starting again. So that's working well. Been there with the city of Flagstaff. A note on climate change is, while we need to sprint in some areas, it also is a marathon. And so how do we approach it in a realistic way? There's often a projection of let's modify and make change immediately. But when you get into the social piece, I'll use an example. we don't have funding for roads, so we now have transitioned our standards to be high so our roads can last. But not many people can afford it. Even development communities will go to private roads. Well, basically what happens to our more marginalized service-based community is I'm finding them out in our rural areas, which our desire is we want to make it so that we concentrate people and we want to make them so they can use good systems, transit systems. You look at the last election in Flagstaff, and the desire was, let's get everybody out of their cars. Let's say no to all the transportation initiatives. Instead, what got rejected, but the transportation element associated with it. So working with community is it's a marathon. And part of it is we have to be cautious of our sprints or we'll have a counterproductive reaction that can occur associated with it. Is the need now? Absolutely. So how do we step into it in a way that we're considering that equity component? So we have a marginalized population that's pushed out. The only place they can afford is out on roads that don't have public infrastructure, even though we would like to make it available. Similar idea of we're dealing with the level of our own we contradict ourselves, what we desire to have happen, and yet it could be perceived as elitism. You should be able to do this because it's the right thing to do, but is it affordable when you're just looking to put food on the table? So we as communities, we need to work our way through those conversations and see how we bring that equity component in while we're also trying to make the big changes. When I look at it from a county perspective and the facilities piece, part of it would be, yeah, we took some steps, but what have we done to continue? And part of that will be associated with our budgets. We want to continue. We want to, we shouldn't be at 30%. How do we get further with that and work on that? The land planning element, we have a lot of progressive pieces. We step forward with landscape scale, sustainable elements. We've been there with wind farms. They're coming back now that there's support for wind farms and solar. Just had the Babbitt ranches. We didn't have to see it at board level, but that one came through. We have the Dry Lake wind farm coming in. Perrin Ranch is out there and it's a potential for expanding. So, that's the opportunity to potentially displace losses of, say, NGS, where we knew we had a problem with carbon emissions associated with it. But then transition for communities a lot more difficult. A lot of jobs lost. Had some of our Native American communities have their budgets turned upside down. So how do we step into it and doing it in a way that is sustainable for everybody? It's not an easy answer, but we see a cause and effect. The one thing that we're blessed with in the region is we have national forests, which actually can act as filters. And how do we get to that point? As Mackenzie was pointing out, but we don't want unhealthy forests or those that can threaten our communities as well. So we need to gradually build upon efforts that we've begun with resiliency, working with the resiliency component and moving towards healthier forests. Even so, with climate change, that can transition. And there are some tough questions that we need to manage for and work together at a regional level with that. Higher densities in planning. It was built into 2001 plans in the Flagstaff region, but as it happens near neighborhoods, it has a potential to compromise neighborhoods. And so we're wandering through a conflict of values. We wanted to so that you don't have to extend utilities. We want affordability, but consequences, potential for higher density when you do that. And there's a tolerance level that we still wrestle with today associated with that. Similar idea of that affordability component. If we're not allowing for the opportunity for housing and expansion, then the housing that exists is going to get more and more expensive. So how do we work our way through these conflicting values that we have as a community? Transportation is always a big element. A lot of it's based on the industry, and like Toyota, great for what they're doing and how they're moving towards getting away from the combustible engine. We still need the advent of a more a greater opportunity with the emission component. If you look out in wintertime and see all the steam coming up, often it's associated with you have a pilot that's just running constantly. So how do we get it to populations, products that will affect our population? So while I'm an advocate of we need to move and we need to move on these, I think we also need additional community discussions, and at the county level, how are we focusing on it? We have land planning efforts that have happened. We've built it into our building codes for more energy efficient buildings, which is good. Now, can those energy efficient buildings get to be lower and lower cost? And we have examples out there. We did have the movement for tiny homes. That's a good element. It's an additional tool in the toolbox, especially if they're built with energy efficiency. We do that with the auxiliary units, used to be mother-in-law quarters. That's a housing component that we step forward on, allowing for that, and then expanded opportunity for building for sustainability. So there are pieces that we have. How do we get to a more coordinated? I think at the county level, we've made good steps, but how do we get towards having recommendations that help us continue to move in that direction while we're doing it, building in that conversation of cause and effect? We see that either in where our populations are and the needs are, needy populations, and or through our own programs, and where we might be able to enhance. So
Chair Ryan?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I do have a few more slides that actually speak to what you're talking about right now. So if it's okay, would it be okay to finish the slides and then we can continue in the discussion?
Okay, Amanda, I did step in early. So go ahead. You can see where I'm wandering with some of these pieces on what we have there.
No, I'm just excited to address them. You set me up perfectly for it, so thank you. We're not alone. In I hope in action and in tools and in response. At a federal level, every department in our federal government has an action plan for climate adaptation and resilience. So from agriculture to housing, there's federal tools and also potential support and funding available. And then, as I mentioned too, public health is a big component of this. And our Arizona State Department of Health, or Health Department, also has created a climate and health adaptation plan that we can look at and build from. And then our tribal communities, our indigenous communities, are at the forefront of this. One, because of indigenous practices, but also the unfortunate, disproportionate impacts of climate change on our Indigenous communities. And so locally, we have organizations such as Red Feather and NAU's Institute for Tribal Energy Professionals that have put together great reports and plans and tools for us to incorporate in our efforts as well as having a conversation at the table together. And then the United Nations has a sustainable development goal or goals. And this is a fabulous framework because it does encompass what you were talking about, Supervisor Chair Ryan, that our efforts have to be adaptive and inclusive. So certain things that might work in Sedona or in Flagstaff might not work exactly for us. And a good example of that is when we were all working on the building code adoptions and updating those, it made sense for the cities of Flagstaff and Sedona to do EV ready housing. But us in Coconino County, many of our community members are without electrical infrastructure already. And affordable living and housing was already an issue. So we didn't make that a part of our building codes. But what we're doing is working with our facilities and community partners throughout Coconino County and with APS and installing EV chargers that are accessible to community members. So that is, again, how we can learn from one another, share resources, but then yet adapt to the specific needs of our communities. And so, yes, thank you, Supervisor Horstman and Vasquez and Chair Ryan. We do need a clearly stated goal, and we need plans that give us target-based goals. So we've done a lot of great work, but we don't have we don't have a sustainability plan for our organization that connects us all together so that we can have a collective process and collective impacts and be able to collaborate on those. And so, like Tom and I from facilities were talking yesterday, and there's a need to upgrade our boilers in facilities, and that would help us to get to carbon neutrality and then save energy, save money for the county. Well, there's probably grant money under carbon neutrality that we could also use to benefit those efforts in facilities. So when we have a specific plan with specific targets and goals that we can measure and report on, it gives us targets to hit, right? Like I was sharing with my colleagues in our sustainability program, it's like when they have the recycling bin downtown for Earth Day, and you see them put in the trash bags, and we're like, whoa, it's almost full, or fundraising. We need to have those targets to see, are we getting close? It inspires us and it keeps us motivated. And then so these would be the categories, or similar to this, just like the Flagstaff, Sedona's, and other sustainability and carbon or climate action plans. But again, adapted for Coconino County, our organization, and then also our communities. So waste reduction looks differently for us in Coconino County than it does in the cities of Flagstaff and Sedona, because we have multiple cities and communities in Coconino County. So we have to work hard to figure out what's recyclable where, and keeping our community members the best we can informed of those opportunities and changes. I think now with our current environment, both political, environmental, and social, is a great time for us to develop a sustainable economic plan. We've got, as mentioned, a lot of developers coming into Coconino County wanting to do energy development, various sawmills to whatever. What are our natural assets? What are our social assets of Coconino County? And how can we build upon those and not just consume them? And then engaging with the diverse communities. Energy and climate. So as you all said, great that we're at a third of our energy being met through clean, renewable energy sources, but we could get to carbon neutrality, just like Sedona's on their way in Flagstaff. And actually by us, so we have a tremendous opportunity because of our land size. We've got these developers coming in for energy projects, but the energy is not going to our communities. We are part of a conversation with community choice aggregation, and that is an opportunity for communities to become utilities. And then the energy production is benefiting the folks that energy production is being done in. And there's a lot of opportunity with that, but it's also a big conversation that involves the Arizona Corporate Commission. And then water and environment, with almost 60% of our residents off grid. Wastewater is a huge issue, as we know. Affordable wastewater systems, sustainable wastewater systems, water availability to all of our communities in Coconino County, and not just those that have the opportunity to be connected. And whether that's through, like pictured here, rainwater harvesting through domestic use, and us developing the code for it, one of the only jurisdictions in the nation to have a code for this, to make it easier for residents. That is how we can continue to build on our successes, but also we need to have a plan with metrics and targets. Resilience and adaptation. Just as Mackenzie highlighted and Nicole, this is a big need and opportunity in our communities. And we are working with Deputy County Manager Lucinda Andriani in Public Works and Emergency Management to create Firewise communities, to help support Firewise communities and build resilient efforts through asset-based community development approaches. So instead of just going into a community and government saying how to develop, or it is about the community, and it's finding out what are the assets within that community that we can support and empower. And in that helps with social resilience too. And then diversity, equity, and inclusion all the time, all the way. But we can't do this alone. Sustainability, county sustainability, we're a staff of really just two. Marty's part-time, funded through a reduction in my hours. And so with a staff of two, and a lot of interns and temporary funding, we're successful because of our community partners and then our cross-departmental collaborations. And so you can see from this county sustainability process and flow chart that we collaborate across the various divisions of Coconino County. We don't work in a silo, and none of us do. And so it's a collective and collaborative, and we look forward to hopefully developing a sustainability plan with our colleagues. And then that moves me into a couple of our last slides. There's a lot of different funding opportunities, from grants to interest groups, and then also collaborations and partnerships. So like we showcased with the Northern Arizona Solar Co-op, that was an awesome public-private nonprofit partnership that brought in a lot of resources into our community and helped our community transition to carbon neutrality. And then we have an opportunity to create a green fund. And this could be developed through a percentage of our renewable energy permitting, which is thousands upon thousands of dollars annually. Actually, it's close to millions, I believe. So there's opportunity to create a sustainable funding source to help us with our efforts. And as these renewable energy developments come in and have an impact on our organization and community, this is a way to use some of that money to give back to our organization and our community. And then we have maybe an opportunity working with United Way of Northern Arizona and other partners to create grants for community members to help with their climate and sustainability efforts. And then this is the last slide. And this is, we have 3 asks for you all. So we're looking, thank you again for the overall feedback on today's information and presentation. But we would like to get your feedback on first developing an organizational sustainability plan that is made up with internal representatives from the various departments that this plan involves. So again, HR, Public Works, Community Development, the County Manager's Office, the Board of Supervisors. But we would work internally to create a sustainability plan that sets specific targets and benchmarks for ourselves, using the broad expertise of everybody in their departments. And then taking that sustainability plan to the Board of Supervisors for formal adoption. And then the next is to develop for support of the board to form a sustainability council. And that would be similar to the county's diversity councils. So it'd be Board of Supervisors appointed, hopefully with a representative from every district, and so that we are broad and diverse in representation from the community. But this would be the community voice to help direct us and give us feedback on our countywide sustainability plans and actions. And then that group could then help us with either developing or forming a stakeholder group for us to create our own climate action and adaptation plan for Coconino County, building off of Flagstaff's and Sedona's, NAU's building one right now, Grand Canyon Trust. And so again, collaborating with our regional partners, and that one makes it really comprehensive, as well as more cost-effective. Community partners have already done greenhouse gas assessments, climate assessments, and things like that, so it can help to reduce the overall cost. So yeah, with that, I want to thank you all again for your time and direction. And I see that we are now right at 4:15. And I know we were supposed to wrap up then, but do we have maybe just a few minutes? Okay. County Manager?
Mr. Chair, we do have a few minutes. We have the other party waiting for the next item, but wrap up or direction from you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Yeah, we need to watch that next item that we need to move into. Let's get a response from the board on this one. On it, yeah, I'll go ahead and turn to the board first. Go ahead.
I'll make it real short because I think I did a thorough review probably when I was ranting on earlier, and I actually didn't know you had more slides. I probably would have just waited to the very end if I had known that, but I agree. We think we need to develop specific targets, and I think we can come up with all kinds of challenges, and there will be challenges, but I think the only way we're going to develop a plan to overcome those challenges is to develop a specific target for the county. And the Board of Supervisors appointed Sustainability Council. I actually kind of thought we had that. Maybe it hasn't been a formal Sustainability Council, so that would be something, and I would certainly look to get some input from County Manager because I think it's a great idea. I know Public Works has really been in the forefront of that in the past. And then develop a climate action plan and an adaptation plan for Coconino County, kind of like development specific targets. I think that's part of the developing specific targets. And I think just takes us to the next step. I think it takes the commitment to the next step, and it takes us in alignment with what Flagstaff and, for example, Sedona is doing, and hopefully others will join suit. So thank you. I appreciate your input. I like your recommendations.
Thank you.
Hieronymus.
Sure, I really appreciate the presentation. I appreciate the content and looking for that strategic plan moving forward, and look forward to developing those goals and presenting some options to the community of what kind of things we can all do collectively to improve our community. So thank you.
Yeah, I'll throw my 2 cents in real quick. Yeah, same here. I ran it. I have to admit, I'm a little behind on my reading here. I'm trying to coordinate too many things, so I came in ill prepared. I also like the idea of developing specific targets. So Sustainability Council, I want a community interface. I'm not sure if I'm ready for a council just yet. It depends on what the targets are associated with it. And developing a climate action plan, similar idea. I think we need one, but it depends upon our targets that we have. It's kind of where I go. A little bit of my rant is you push too quick, you get an opposite reaction from community, even though the intent is ideal to get us where we want to go. I think we need to work through that other side of the conversation of, yeah, we want this and we want that, we want that. How do we get there and we get the population on board with us on doing it? So the last 2 pieces I'm a little bit cautious of, only in that developing the targets help us move to those next phases. So that's a piece of it. The only question that I have is now the cost. Is this built into the budget, or is this an ask right now that we don't have it built into the budget?
Mr. Chair, there's not a budget request at this time. This is information. We'll be looking at creating a budget proposal for the fiscal 23 budget. But again, this is information only. Provides a framework and certainly the staff's input. And with your guidance, and it certainly does not have to all happen today, follow-up questions or comments, please provide them to the staff and we can start to flesh those out.
Okay. All right. So I think for now, you've heard from each board member. Anybody want to add on to this from the board members? And we have a chance to reach out to our other board members, probably independently, see what else we would need to move forward with on this. but at least that's first step is there, which could lead to the others. And so a continuing conversation. We don't want to leave this and not come back to it. But Patrice, you wanted to add anything here?
I'm sorry, Chair. Do I
Oh,
want?
no, wait. When you pop up in picture, I thought maybe you wanted to add something.
No, I've been in the picture. You just noticed.
Okay, so yeah, we have the presentation up, so I had to scroll up and down to see who's out there on this. All right, there you go. I can see everybody right now. So this one will be continue to work on, pass it back to staff that you can move forward. I know we don't have all our questions answered right now. We probably need to come back with more a little bit later on, unfortunately, but we have a very important item that we need to step into next in terms of agenda, and we're just barely on the boundary of time on this. So,
all good. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and of course, thanks to Amanda and our guests, Nicole, and to Mackenzie for being here today, off some great information. You know, as I said, we have a very passionate community, and we're very fortunate to have very passionate staff as well as colleagues in other local governments. So excited to be embarking down this path and looking at the presentation and the goals. We'll be having more conversations with that. So, Mr. Chair, thanks so much.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Take care, everybody.
Okay. So we're next up, we have item 40. It's presentation, discussion, and possible action regarding state and congressional redistricting maps and an update on the progress of the county redistricting process. Mapping scenarios for the county redistricting have been postponed. And when we say county redistricting, it's associated with supervisory districts, but we are set up to be able to talk about the state and congressional pieces. And those discussions on the supervisory districts will be continued on to the November 2nd meeting, unless the schedule changes again for that. So pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3, the board may vote to enter into executive session on this item as well for this. And so one piece, I know we need to go, we're probably going to get a recommendation to go there. We need to hear that recommendation if we need to go into executive session. Supervisor Horstman.
And I'm assuming we have received the recommendation from legal counsel that we should go into executive session for advice from legal counsel. And with that understanding, I hereby request that we go into executive session for advice from legal counsel.
Okay. I have a motion on the table. I need a second associated with that. So, Geronimo, you're the only other supervisor standing at this point.
Yes, I'm okay with it. Sorry,
So
my internet's disabled for a second.
Is that a second? Oh, thank you. You got a second. And my understanding is that is the advice from legal counsel. Is that correct? Yes, I get a nod. So all in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Okay, and for the sake of the general public, the board will be stepping into executive session. We may come out and have an action. We are posted to come out of this session. We'll come back into public session on that. The other piece for the board, we will need to shut down this and go into the I believe it's the Teams meeting that we have set up for executive session. And then when we come back, we'll get back into this Zoom that we have. So you need to actively do that for everybody. And then I want to suggest the board's been going since we came back from break. Just take a 5-minute bio break here. And then we'll show up on the other executive session piece.
So, Mr. Chair, our guests do have the Teams invite, so you'll be leaving Zoom and going to the team invite, and we'll be reconvening at 4:30 in the Teams invite. Thank you.
Okay.
Match. That's here. Let's see. Jose's coming. I'm seeing. Lindsay, Jose's still in the attendee group.
Yes, I need him to accept the promotion request to make him a panelist.
Okay. I think he went back to there's Jose.
There he is.
Yep.
Did you pull Rose over yet?
Rose is here.
Oh, good. I saw her on the attendee side. There she is. I think we have. Did Lucinda come over yet?
Yes, Lucinda's here, as well as Supervisor Vasquez and Vice Chair Fowler
Okay.
are both here too.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe we have our attendees back on panelist mode. Let's see, did Carrie come in?
Okay.
Mhm.
Maybe, keep them on here. All right. So the board has just come out of the executive session on item number 40. And so at this point, we will have a presentation and discussion and possible action regarding state and congressional redistricting maps. And so I'll turn to Steve and also Jose and Steve.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Thank you for the time today to do a follow-up discussion and presentation and requested action from the Board of Supervisors related to mapping scenarios that are being received by the Independent Redistricting Commission focused on legislative and congressional redistricting. Several weeks ago, Coconino County, with the approval of the Board of Supervisors, submitted draft mapping scenarios for both legislative and congressional. And those were submitted and of course received. We did make one amendment to that map, and that was to include the tribal nations of Wallapai and the Kaibab Paiute. And that was an amendment to our originally submitted map. And that amendment was submitted also a couple of weeks ago. Since then, and through the participation and attendance of our consulting team at the IRC meetings, we did, from the comments and some of the map and all this mapping scenarios, which are on the IRC website for the entire public to view, we're able to actually look at ways that we could improve our originally submitted maps. And so with that, today, what we want to do with the board is present to you a new submission for your consideration and for you to, of course, receive the information, particularly as it relates to some of the thresholds for representation for ethnic minority groups, voting age population, as well as in the area of competitiveness. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I will ask our consulting team, Jose, Janet Regner, and Zubin Couture is also with us to present that mapping scenario to the board for your review and discussion. And from there, depending on the board's direction, the plan would be to submit these maps this evening to the Independent Redistricting Commission as Coconino County revised maps to supersede the mapping scenario we originally submitted. I think that framed it well, and so I'll turn it over to Jose and the consulting team.
You've done such a good job. I don't think I have anything else to ask. No, thank you, Steve and Chairman. We've been diligently following all the testimony that's been given in front of the commission. We've been looking at the submissions that have been coming in from throughout the state on congressional, but particularly legislative. And what's been pretty evident, pretty obvious is that there's the submissions and the testimony that's been going on have been coming throughout the whole state. And some of the recommendations we think that have not been addressed by the map or any of these other drafts or testimony. What we thought was lacking, what we thought there might be some problems is the ability for Native Americans to elect candidates of their choice based on what they elected last time. The numbers that the commission has been working with are in the 50s, low 50s. So we took it upon ourselves with we didn't take it upon ourselves. We made a determination to see whether we could draw a map that was better confined and better configured to meet the Voting Rights Act protections under Section 2, and also to make sure that the other suggestions and other criteria under the state constitution were met, such as competitiveness. As a result of all the work and all the review that we have, we think we've drawn up a map that contains it, and I'll let Zubin go over it a little further, one of my associates on this. That contains a number that very easily meets the criteria of the Voting Rights Act, Section 5, and particularly Section 2. It does not present any retrogression of voting for Native Americans, and in fact, it increases the chances of Native Americans to elect candidates of their own. The other byproduct on this is that it also makes a district next to it very competitive, which is not evident in any of the maps that have been drawn up so far, or testimony that's been given. So you'd have a competitive district right next to a district that would meet all the Voting Rights Act requirements. If you want to talk about the geographic, I think it's better to put the map up and so we can kind of walk you through that. The geographical requirement, not the geographical requirement, but the geography of these two districts that the board so desires at this point in time. Yes?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, it took me a minute to get off. I'm having a mute problem today.
Okay.
So Zubin, can you kind of put the two maps up? The two districts.
Which two maps are you asking for?
District, the district that we are asking the board to look at to review to submission to the IRC.
Okay. This is this map.
Yeah. And the particular parts that we're looking on, this is District 6 and District 7.
Right. So District 6 includes Flagstaff, all of Flagstaff. It's at a -6% deviation, and District 7 is at a -6.7% deviation. It's been said that within -7% is per se constitutional. District 6 is very competitive. 49.78% of voters voting Democrat and 50.22% of voters voting for Republicans. Further, District 7 has a 56.82% Native American population, which is about 6 to 7% higher than the previous map that we submitted.
More than anybody, it's higher than any other map or any other proposed map that's been submitted thus far.
Yes.
Just pause. I'm pausing to ask the question. When we were at the last testimony that was being given, didn't the Navajo Nation state that they were hoping to achieve this percentage in deviation on this?
Their testimony has varied at various times, but the testimony that they've talked about that they think that they could elect candidates of their choice has gone down, has been at this number, right around this number. They obviously have been pushing for a 63% Native American vote, which is almost impossible because the dwindling of population of Native Americans. And in fact, their other argument is that there's the population is so low because there was a severe undercount, and a lot of the census information was through the internet, which is very spotty and very almost non-existent in various parts of the Native American vote. So they think that they could elect at this point. They've stated in the past that they could elect at this number.
Okay, but you were stating that any map that's been submitted thus far this is the highest that's been achieved if this were to be submitted.
That is correct. And in fact, the IRC's voting expert, Lisa Hanley, who is probably the best voting rights expert that there is in the United States, stated that this number would achieve the goals of the Voting Rights Act.
Thank you. I interrupted the presentation. My apologies.
Yeah. So then if you go to, I think we're talking about just geographic. We've talked about the Voting Rights Act requirements. We're just telling you geographically in terms of what the differences between what's inside District 6 and what's inside District 7. As Zubin stated, Flagstaff is whole in District 6. The Verde Valley, which has been their testimony consistently throughout, is contained within District 6. Sedona's completely whole in District 6. It does not include the western side of Yavapai County. And like Zubin stated, this is a very competitive district. I think it may be one of the most competitive districts that's been drawn up so far. It goes, you can see it goes south all the way down to, where is that, Zubin?
San Manuel and Mammoth.
Yeah. So it brings in the mining community, which makes it more competitive, and also brings in a community interest because there is mining on our district in our community of interest, and also forestry, and a lot of communities' interests just match up very well in District 6. You want to go into you want to discuss District 7 beyond what we've already stated to you?
Mr. Chair, I think the mapping for District 7, of course, is pretty self-evident in terms of the geographic area it covers. So I don't know if it's necessary to go into deep detail there.
Steve and Mr. Chairman, I'm wondering if some point here, if you might like to compare the existing 8.0 map that the IRC is floating right now, and what these three districts look like in that map, Districts 5 through 7.
I think that would be wise. Before we go there though, let's just pause on this for the sake of the board. Does board have questions for these maps at this moment? We can come back to them also.
Not at this time.
Okay.
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay. So yeah, why don't we do that? Go ahead and see what the IRC has, their latest proposal that we've had.
here we are. Okay, so the IRC flip-flops the districts. So District 6 is the Native American districts, while in our map, District 7 is the Native American district. And District 6 is District 7 in this map. And so this map shows it would be District 7 for a majority of Coconino County, and that's, or well, not a majority, but it's an uncompetitive district. It's 31 points in favor of one opposing party. And the Native American population in the Native American district is only 53.5%. And it's an overwhelmingly uncompetitive district in District 6. This map takes the entirety of Flagstaff into the Native American district. It does, it splits Sedona and the Verde Valley is in the Yavapai district. Camp Verde, District 5, yeah. Camp Verde, Cornville, Cottonwood, Clarkdale, Jerome. And then on the opposite side of the map, District 7 encompasses Snowflake, Show Low, Pine Top, Lakeside, St. John's, Heber, Overguard, Holbrook. And parts of Payson, almost Payson. And a little bit of Apache Junction, it seems like. And Gold Canyon. Superior, Kearney, Florence, Coolidge, Hayden, and Winkleman. That's the current proposed IRC map as of right now.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, the conversations that they had last week and today, they do not seem to be discussing Northern Arizona relative to the legislative districts. And so it's mostly been Tucson, Phoenix, a little bit of Pinal County, but they're not discussing Northern Arizona, which is a bit concerning. So they don't seem to be inclined to make any changes unless, I guess, they hear something different.
There has been attempts by the Navajo Nation to speak up at these meetings, and they've been rejected actually, because they don't have public comment at these meetings recently. And there is one commissioner that's trying to lean it back up to discuss Northern Arizona, but so far their efforts have been unsuccessful.
The other thing that I would add, and Zubin can point to District 5, the uncompetitive nature of District 5 as well. So all Northern Arizona districts are uncompetitive.
Yeah, that's right. It's about a 30-point difference in terms of one party in District 5 as well, similar to District 7.
Well, obviously that's unfortunate for a lot of the discussion. Pieces of observations that we have, and even in the Verde, the Verde's passed over to District 5. Their testimony was to be separated from Prescott when the testimony occurred, both in Flagstaff and in Sedona. A lot of listening pieces, keeping cities whole or keeping Verde Valley whole. Verde Valley actually is fractured by splitting Sedona. They split Sedona, they split Flagstaff, very inconsistent with the listening sessions and the testimony that they made associated with them. So I think it's imperative, that we, one is to take a look at our maps. I'm liking what we tried to do. We tried to listening to desired outcomes of our neighbors for the sake of what they're calling, IRC is calling District 6, but is District 7 and all other proposals, trying to honor the Voting Rights Act, the intent of that, and achieve the numbers that were desired. As high, we're showing the highest numbers, but also for District 7, showing a competitive district, which goes beyond that. We also need to, again, reiterate some of the points of communities of interest, shared workforce, shared watershed, shared forest and mining activities associated with that. So that are very consistent with the testimony that we've heard also from both the public and other organizations on that. So I'd like to pause here for questions and comments from other board members. Supervisor Hurston.
Yes, and of course, you know, part of the reason for the IRC is to have an independent body review these important decisions for drawing of legislative and congressional districts. And there are clear guidelines that we have been provided, and I know that our consultants, as well as our county staff and the Board of Supervisors, have, you know, really worked very hard to meet these guidelines set forth by the IRC. We have tried very hard to maintain the spirit and intent of Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, as well as to maintain the guidelines that the IRC have set forth themselves. And as the chair indicated, that included, among other things, competitiveness of the districts, and that the drawing of the districts, we are not going to dilute a minority vote or minority population, and that we are able to maintain communities of interest. As a matter of fact, we have been participating in numerous hearings with the IRC on those communities of interest. They have heard from us here in Northern Arizona, both in terms of the County Board of Supervisors, as well as the City of Flagstaff, as well as business people in Northern Arizona, as well as the folks down in Sedona. I mean, there has been numerous testimony about the need to preserve all of the guidelines that the IRC has set forth and to especially maintain our communities of interest here. And the chair indicated what some of those are, including keeping Flagstaff whole. Splitting Flagstaff, of course, also splits our communities of interest, whether it be healthcare, watershed, the economy, education. It goes on and on. It does a disservice for those of us up here in Northern Arizona. So I want to commend our consultants and our staff for working so hard on presenting for us, for our consideration, a map that meets the guidelines for the IRC and meets the competitiveness standards, doesn't dilute the minority vote, and maintains the community of interest, including keeping the city of Flagstaff whole, and the surrounding areas here in Flagstaff. Mr. Chair, I certainly, and I know you're getting comments now, but when you're moving forward for a motion, I strongly support that we submit our map from Coconino County, because I believe it is the map that meets the standards set by the IRC for us here, and maintains our voting power and our voice here in Northern Arizona. So thank you, and I would like to thank the consultants and the hard work of the county manager and our staff on this.
And so, and with that, you know, let's listen into each of the supervisors as we start to move toward, if the supervisors want to go there, move towards adoption of these maps. We'll want to make sure we have key talking points associated with our submission as well on that. And a lot of them will be consistent with what we've submitted, but I think we have the potential for comparatives of other maps that have been submitted where ours are achieving better objectives consistent with the goals, guidelines, and constitutionality of the intent here. So I'll go to Supervisor Vasquez.
Sure, thank you. I just want to say that I appreciate the work of the team to help develop the maps that Coconino County has presented. And I'm in agreement with my colleague in terms of strongly supporting the map presented by Coconino County. I think it's crucial that Flagstaff remain together. Also, having sat through 2 of the hearings and listening to the communities of Camp Verde and Sedona wanting to be part of the same legislative district as Flagstaff rather than Yavapai County, I think that's really important. And so I too just want to continue to have these conversations and really push and stress that we continue to support our map. I don't think that the map that's presented, that was the draft map presented by the IRC, is in our best interest in terms of Coconino County, and would rather see the map that we're presenting. So thank you.
Supervisor Fowler, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to make a comment. You know, we worked really hard. I have to really commend our staff and our consultants and putting this map and the amended map. We submitted the map already. This is an amended map. We met with Navajo Nation. We've been really considering how to we paid a lot of attention to the comments and keeping Navajo Nation whole. We at the county looking at our own communities and how they need to stay together, and also community of interest. We made those comments. We have really looked at each of the little precincts and trying to see where the communities are, how can we meet the Navajo Nations, and other Native American communities, to see how close we can get to the 70% that they were looking for. And which, you know, it's a big challenge. We're all working on this map when there's lots of population, fewer in the population on Navajo and the rural communities. So it's creating a big challenge for us. However, with all of those challenges, I believe that we came up with a really good map where we'd be able to get close to being able to really meet some of the guidelines that were set forth, our own values and principles that we have written out. And what we value is making sure that we try to make sure with the Voting Rights Act, that is really important for us. Our community of interest, keeping our communities whole, and making sure that there is competitiveness in these districts. And I really believe that's what we accomplished. So I just think that we should submit the amended map and really try to meet with and make comments again to the IRC when they meet again. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Any additional from staff? Yeah, go ahead, Patricia.
And just one more comment, and that is, it appears that time is of the essence. We certainly want to get this map put before the IRC. We do believe that this is the best map for Northern Arizona and does maintain their guidelines. And I would also encourage, to the extent that we can, to gain partnership and coalition from those additional folks and groups up here in Northern Arizona, because I think that would further our cause and hopefully be able to pursue the adoption of our map.
All right.
Can I add something, Chair?
Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
I just wanted to say to the community, if you're listening and you see the points that we're making from the county, there is the opportunity to make your comments to the IRC. So please take advantage of that opportunity and let your voice be heard. Now is the time. Thank you.
So one checking in with, so are they, IRC, do they have any further listening sessions? No matter what, we want people to submit written comments to the IRC because time is of the essence. But where are we in terms of listening session?
Yeah, yes, thank you, Chairman. There's a hearing on Thursday to adopt the final draft maps and to hear some public comment. They are also, and Janet can speak more on this because she attended the meeting today. They're also scheduling meetings into December of where they're going to have the listening tour and where they're going to, and what date they have the listening tour. And I don't think they've decided whether they're going to go around the country, around the state, or whether they're just going to hold it in Phoenix. Janet, did they talk about that?
They did not talk about where they would hold the meetings. They did talk about that this Thursday will be the day, sort of come heck or high water, that they will come up with a draft final map. They are planning on working as long as it takes to get that done. And then they will publish those maps and they will go into a 30-day comment period. Then they start in December with mapping meetings to make the final changes. They still anticipate being done December 22nd.
Okay, and then the listening session on Thursday, how is that? How's that shaped up?
Chairman, there is no listening session. Well, listening session, but there's no opportunity to provide comment on Thursday.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So at this point, they're about ready to adopt maps, and then they'll go to public comment associated with them. So if anybody's going to affect what they have proposed, and as we heard earlier, the maps they proposed chop us up. So we definitely need input. We need to get it in. Anybody else that can support our efforts in before Thursday to get it there so they have it in their packets. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and I might add anecdotally that they discussed this morning that they had just received a letter from the mayor of Tucson 10 minutes before they started their meeting. And there was a discussion as to whether they were going to consider the letter, given the fact that they were in the midst of this point in time. And they did finally decide that they would consider her comments and they would take them up on Thursday. But the implication was we're really not going to be taking comments anymore. We're ready to go. So there's a little bit of a mixed message that they're going to be going around and soliciting comments. At the same time, they seem to be closing the door a bit.
So we need to appeal to submissions as part of our comments on this. All right. So, anything else that we need to hear from? I think actually, I'll go ahead and just note that once again, these maps that we have before us was a lot of listening and work with our consultants and attempt to dialogue with our neighbors to come up with the best formulas that were desired, as we heard during the listening sessions. And we achieved those objectives more so than anybody that has presented. And so they are key points that we want to go along with, as well as our points that we've already made on that. So I think at this point, we're ready for a motion, I think, associated with maps. And so Supervisor Horstman, you asked if you could go ahead and make that motion. So I'll turn to you, Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and thank you, Chair. And I really appreciate the comments of my colleagues, supervisors, as well as the consultants on this. With that, I would at this time move that we accept the amended maps for redistricting for the state and congressional districts, and that these be submitted ASAP because obviously time is of the essence, and they be submitted along with the comments we have previously submitted supporting our previous map, which I believe still stay very true with regards to this map as well.
Mr. Chairman, just a point, I think that the supervisor stated congressional rather than legislative.
I'm sorry, legislative maps. So just to make it clear that we go ahead and with the recommendation of the map that we have looked at today, that we submit that as our amended legislative map to the redistricting commission. And that with that, we also include our written justification for that we've also previously submitted, because it certainly meets the same criteria as this amended map.
So I'll go ahead and go for a second, and then let's go into a little bit of discussion. So I need a second on this.
I'll second.
Okay, fantastic. And so Patrice, I think not only does the comments that we submitted earlier, but we have a chance for consultants to work with Steve based on the comparatives of what they have with why their maps do not meet the intended objectives there in ours do. So,
anything additional that you would like to add to underscore the appropriateness of our map and meeting the guidelines is great, and I would add that to my motion.
Would you do that to your second, Brian?
Yes, I'll second that.
Okay. Okay, and before we wander on, let me pause for other supervisors. Any other comments from supervisors? We also want to check in with staff and with our consultant, make sure we have what we need on this. Okay, I'm not hearing from Supes right now. Go ahead, Steve.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes, based on the vote in a moment, the consultant team and I will submit the maps to RC, and then also include some narrative to accompany the map, and similar to what we've done before. But we'll make sure that the communication reflects that this is an amended map to supersede our previous map on the legislative side.
If I may, just two more comments before the vote.
Please.
If I could just also underscore that even though they may not be taking oral testimony, that you still, and those who are listening, members of the public, have an opportunity to present written comments before Thursday's meeting, and we would encourage members of our community to do that. And number two, to the extent that is appropriate, it would be great to reach out to some of our partners here in Northern Arizona and encourage them to accept this map and encourage written comments approving this map.
Yes. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I think there's a lot of activity. We need to get on it afterwards if we approve this. So at this point, I think we have enough that we need shape for the vote itself on that. I'll call for the vote. We'll do a little bit more follow-up after this in terms of additional discussion on this. So I'll call for the vote. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 And Lena, you're on mute, so.
Aye.
Okay. And noted.
And Mr. Chair, the aye is in favor of it and voting yes. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so we have 4 board members present voting unanimously in favor of the maps that have been presented. So just a quick note on that. So we know that we're going to attempt to get this out tonight on this for the sake of additional comments by community. I think it's very important, as noted, as we've seen the community members, if they, based on what we have here at this meeting, but we have an opportunity for the board to take everything that we've discussed in open session and bring it to community members and ask them to offer their comments in support of the intent that we have in these maps. So I'll continue to reach out to the Verde Valley. I think they were very friendly to our earlier maps, and I think they'll probably be very friendly to these current maps on this. And then we have a chance to reach out to the city of Flagstaff. So all board members, if you reach out to council members, you need staff to reach out to our different governmental entities to provide what we've submitted on that. And any community organizations that would benefit the intent of what we hope to achieve, get us together as like communities, etc. Competitiveness, everything that we've talked about. Any other comments?
And Mr. Chair, I
Yeah.
will reach out to the tribes and just to ask for their support for this map as well. Thank you.
And you have a lot of numbers that could help with your discussion there. So thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Okay. So with that, Steve, you get a hold of us if we need to do anything. Okay?
Yes, and Mr. Chair, if I could, I want to switch gears to local redistricting for a few moments.
Please.
But I do want to thank the consulting team for their work on this very time-sensitive project. And so we will follow through and submit the maps. And I'll work with the consultant team on that this evening.
Okay, fantastic.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you, Jose, Gary.
Thank you.
Zubin.
Thank you.
Good team. Good team. Thank you.
It's a lot. It's a fun team too. Blast to work with. Okay, Mr. Chair, a few moments on local redistricting. So I've asked Patty Hansen, our recorder, I've asked where is Esler Mustar, our elections director, and also Trey Williams to be on the panelist side. So we have been working on the local redistricting project. We have a great team made up of these individuals, also GIS, also Holly from elections, and Claire from public affairs. And so just to give you an update, originally we were looking at wanting to get together and present mapping scenarios to the board on the 2nd of November. However, we have a couple things that we've discovered. One, in my haste to get the project done by the finish line of December 1st, I was reminded, and I do want to say, I was reminded that the legislation, we did have legislation adopted last session that actually extends the time. And I'm gonna share my screen quickly so that you can see what I'm referring to. Can you see the language here?
Yes.
Okay, so this is this is Senate Bill 1107 that was passed last session. It speaks to congressional legislative, but it also calls out supervisorial districts, saying that as a result of the delay in decennial census data from the U.S. Census Bureau, each county board shall have a seven-month extension to divide the county into supervisorial districts. By July 1st is the new deadline. However, that is not a deadline we are looking at because of a couple things. We have a board election happening in 22, and that is the District 2 election that is taking place. That would not normally happen in a routine cycle. However, with that being said, we do have candidate timelines that we want to work around. The other part of that too is that since we have the Community College District Board that also shares our boundaries, they have 2 candidates that are up for re-election in 22. So given the fact that yes, we can go into July to adopt districts for sake of candidate filing, we are not wanting to do that. What we want to do is actually come to the board on January 11th and have the board adopt districts. So backtrack from there. We have mapping scenarios. We also have a public outreach plan. And what we want to do, and this is really kind of based on our conversation that we just had with the Independent Redistricting Commission discussion, is the need to have a thorough and full public input process. Now, had we used the December 1st deadline as our deadline, or as our, must get it done by the state, we would have had a very condensed public comment period. So with us looking at actually coming to the board back to November, We would like to come to the board as a potential date on November 23rd to present to the board mapping scenarios as well as a full public outreach plan that the board would then adopt at that time. That would give us, several weeks, but we have holidays in this season. And so with holidays happening, we would, we'd still be able to have a very thorough, at least 30 to 45 day public comment period. Even though it's open right now, we're still receiving some comments. It just gives us the opportunity to refine mapping scenarios, as well as put together a full public outreach plan that we would present to the board on November 23rd. And again, going forward, we would be having adoption of the districts on January 11th. This would then provide time for candidate filing process to take place. Candidates want to know sooner or later what the lines are. The other variable to this is that the completion of the work by the Independent Redistricting Commission is going to have a big impact on our precincts, because when you lay down on top of our county precinct lines, congressional and legislative, those automatically split precincts. So again, it is a bit of a morass of things to do, but I did ask our treasurer, I'm using our recorder, Patty Hansen, and Essler, our elections director, and Trey, public affairs, to be on the Zoom right now, just to comment on what I'm presenting to you at this time. So, Mr. Chair, with your permission, I'd like to, number one, ask our recorder, Patty Hansen, to comment on precinct splits that may occur as a result of the congressional and legislative redistricting, and then ask Mr. Williams, Trey Williams, to comment on our work with regard to putting together a full public outreach engagement plan. And then, of course, Mr. Musta is here as our newly appointed elections director to add any insight that he might have to share. So I'm going to stop my screen share so that we can all see each other.
Oh, fantastic, perhaps. And just double check, Lindsay was trying to promote, she got Trey up there. Did you get Claire up there also?
Yes, I think the gang is all here.
Okay.
So let me see, is Patty on? Patty, are you on the side?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, if I can ask Patty to comment on precinct splits that are inevitable with our congressional and legislative lines being established.
Please.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board and County Manager Peru. As the county manager said, we have been following what the Independent Redistricting Commission is putting forward in their draft maps. And it does look like in all of the drafts that we've seen so far, that it looks like it's going to split several of our precincts. The biggest splits are going to be happening, it looks like in Williams North Side, Parks Precinct, and also over in the Winona area. So that would mean we need to make some adjustments. And that's something you may want to keep in mind as we move along with the Independent Redistricting Commission, that we may want to look at, if we are anticipating making those splits, to look at that then in some of the redistricting plans for the Board of Supervisors. So we're trying to follow all of that as we go along. And as County Manager Peru said, it is a rather of a morass right now that we're dealing with. But I do want to stress, we don't have unlimited time on it. I think the timeline that the county manager is suggesting will work well for us. It won't interfere with any of the things we need to do for conducting an election with District 2 being up in the August primary. And so there's a few still questions that need to be addressed that we'll be working with some of the other counties on that were missed in the redistricting legislation that extended that deadline, such as making it clear we can adjust our precincts, and also for signature gathering for the offices that are up. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I can turn it over to Trey.
Looks like Patrice has a question. Go ahead, Patrice.
One question, Patty, and yeah, I can only imagine what a morass this is for you all. So, sorry. My question is, what happens in District 2 for right now for signature gathering? If you're in District 2 now and you sign, and you might not be in District 2 once the districts are redrawn.
Supervisor Horstman, that's a very good question. The number of signatures that we need was addressed in the Senate Bill 1107, so that's not a problem. On January 2nd, those numbers we will be able to determine. Unfortunately, the safe harbor provision that was in that bill addressed legislative and congressional candidates that they could get it on the old boundaries or on the new boundaries. And we want to clarify that would apply to all of the districts that are up, whether it's precinct committeemen, Coconino Community College, or Board of Supervisors, District 2.
Thank you.
All right, so we need that clarification. All right.
And Mr. Chair, and I've asked Trey Williams to make some comments on the public outreach plan that he's working on with Claire in public affairs.
Okay.
Thanks, Steve. Yes, we are working on a public outreach plan to allow for public comment on the draft scenarios that the board approves. So that way we can have input from residents from around the county on any draft scenarios that are approved by the board. And so Claire of the Public Affairs Department has looked into Williams City Hall, Page City Hall, Forest Lakes Library, and then additionally the Twin Arrows, arranging something with Twin Arrows to conduct a public comment, public event there, and then the Legacy Inn as well, the Montcopie Legacy Inn. So trying to provide for a physical space for people to publicly comment. Additionally, to the extent practicable, we are working on doing virtual as part of the physical meetings. So if we can do it in conjunction with each other, we will do that. And then we'll also have virtual outreach hearings or public comments, if you will, via Zoom as well. And then we also are taking questions on the redistricting website through a redistricting email that constituents can email. And that will be shared as part of our public comment period once the board approves those draft scenarios. So I think that's a robust, comprehensive plan to allow for residents from around the county, both the physical and virtual opportunity to comment on draft scenarios proposed by this board. Happy to answer any questions or take comments.
Yeah, could you send out that list just so
sure,
so we can process it? So just making sure we do the appropriate outreach associated with that.
And Mr. Chair, what we'll also do, if I could real quick, public affairs staff will set up some time to meet with each of you to talk about unique public outreach channels within each of your districts. You know your districts better than all of us. And so to talk about, hey, there's Mr. Jones down on the corner. He knows everyone, to here's a facility or a venue, to the extent or to the fact that, here's how we would best create a virtual experience that allows for full engagement. And again, this is what it really is about, is really providing the opportunity, not providing, but wanting, encouraging full engagement by the communities in this once in every 10-year process. Okay.
All right. Yeah, that would be great.
And then, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure, I'm going to ask Mr. Musta to make any comments that he would like to at this time. He's only 2 days old in this job. So
I have there's a personality conflict going on over there.
Mr. Chair,
yeah,
the board, I don't have any comments, but I do want to echo that what Recorder Hansen said, that we are working with other counties to kind of get some clarifications about the signing of the petitions, as well as the precinct boundaries adjustments. So working on that, and being new to this, I wouldn't exchange it for any other thing. So it's been exciting. It's been an exciting 48 hours.
Yeah, I bet it has. All right. Hey, just for you, Esther, but Patty, if you guys need our help, you guys, y'all need to let us know if there's any way we can help out. I know you know that front. It's good that you're there and you're working on it. Every once in a while, you might need help with a nudge here or there. So just give us a heads up.
So, Mr. Chair, if I could go over the timeline again very quickly. So we want to bring the board scenarios and the public outreach plan on November 23rd. And the reason we're doing it on the November 23rd is we're not going to have the full board on November 16th. And so we want to make sure that all of you are together on the 23rd to adopt scenarios. It provides additional opportunity right now for us to refine some of the scenario work we've been working on. And I just have to say that with IRC and with ARPA, it really provides some much needed easing up a little bit of some of the big projects that are coming to finish lines all at the same time. So it would be appreciated to look at November 23rd as that opportunity to bring all of these items to the board, including the public outreach plans for your adoption. And then from there, we would then proceed in continuing implementing and executing on the public outreach plan through December, and knowing that we've got holidays to work around. It certainly provides, I think, at least 30 full days, if not 45 days of very active engagement. And then, as I've indicated, we would then wrap this all up for adoption of our plan on January 11th. And so those are the major milestones. We'll put them in a communication to all of you so that you can look at it and see it and get more than just the sound of our voices talking about this. So that would be, I think that would conclude the update on local redistricting. We will post with your consideration, or basically direction, we will post these changes on our own redistricting website and make known that we are making these changes, and then we'll also be posting the public outreach plans, etc. So that is the update for this evening, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I see Patrice nodding. You okay with that, Lena? Veronica?
Thank you, Steve and team, for the update. And it's kind of a relief. We have more time. Wow. Let me see. What can we do? So thank you so much. I know you all are working hard. You've been having meetings with us and really being considerate as to, it's just like what the congressional redistricting we just went through and the legislative. You've been doing the same with our own redistricting process. So I just want to thank you for your attention to details and communities. Thank you so much.
Veronica?
Yeah, I just want to appreciate the work that's gone in, and I think it's the right move to give that extension of public comment in December, knowing that there's holidays. We want to give the public full opportunity to engage in the process before the decision's made. But I also appreciate that even though we can go until July, we're going to try to get it resolved by January. So good job, team. Thank you.
All right. Steve, you good?
We're good. I think we have our direction, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Thank you.
Okay. Before we sign off, and while we're still on this one, so each board member needs you to reach out to community, et cetera, on this redistricting. It's key that we do it and get other communities. Steve, on that, there are different government entities that we need to convey this information over to, our cities, as well as the communities that we've been working with in the Verde Valley as well. So
okay, well, I'll work. We'll try and we'll get that out tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Anything for the good for board members? I think we're about all worn out at this point. Steve, you hang in there. Go drink coffee and yeah.
Well, even though we carved out a major piece of work today, we still had a lot of other business to deal with. And it's,
yeah. Yeah, for sure.
But we are going to be working with our district directors on finding a date to do a follow-up session on the American Rescue Plan funding. And we're talking, several hours to really plot through all of the material. In advance of that, though, the chair and I will be reaching out to each of you individually to gather from you what are the areas of not concern, of questions and additional information that you would want to see in advance of the session being held. So we can gather that material, gather that data, whatever that might be, and have that to you before the session happens, so that we're not then looking at another session in order to follow up on questions. So again, to the extent that we can do that, the chair and I will be making appointments with each of you to gather that.
Yeah, the key point is some of these things we need to move with, and the more we can get that sit down, it'll help us move towards a direction that helps staff out with that. So if you outline some of your conceptual ideas or questions or concerns that you want to see, that certainly would help. All right. Okay, I think we've done it. So I'll go ahead and I'm going to adjourn this session. Thank you, everybody. A lot of great work from everybody. Still work to be done for some. Move us when we need to move, okay? On what we need to move on. All right.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Good job. Good night.